Before I call the meeting to order, Ms. Brown would like to introduce somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to take opportunity to introduce Mr. Brian Stair, who has joined the county as our new manager of planning. We are very excited to have Brian here. He's on his third week and has dove right into some projects, and we'll be chatting with council here later this morning on a proposed subdivision. So I'd like to welcome Brian to our team.
Welcome to Cypress County. Good luck.
Where do you live?
Number one question from Mr. Hawk is, where do you live? Cypress County or Red Cliff or Medicine Hat? All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Adoption of the agenda. Any additions or deletions?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yes, just a couple of things this morning. I'll start with a request that I just received literally the day before yesterday. It's in regard to a petition to Cypress County Council regarding a billboard on Range Road 120. There's 17 petitioners who have asked that we deal with this item as an emergent item today. My recommendation is this is an application that was approved in April or May. There's nothing emergent about it, and we would prefer that this go on the agenda for next council meeting. And at that time, staff would have an opportunity to prepare a report and present it as a regular addition to the agenda. But if council would like, it can certainly be added today as an addition to the agenda. We're recommending it's not emergent.
Okay. No.
I would like to include the
Use your mic.
economic partnership.
Use your mic.
I would like to include the Palliser Economic Partnership fundraiser for February the 9th in our closed session. Thank you.
And one other thing from administration, Mr. Mayor, is a discussion about regional intermunicipal relationships.
For enclosed?
Yes, in closed session.
Pep. It should be open, yeah. Okay, hold on one sec. I got too many things on the go here. Okay, the first one, staff is asking to put over till the next one. Does everybody agree with that? It's not emergent? Okay. Second one is PEP. I know that's coming up, so everybody is in agreement with that. For what number would we put that under, Les?
We were going to 16.4.
16.4.
No, that should be an open for the,
Which one was it? Sorry.
for PEP. PEP fundraiser. 12.5.
Okay, that's going to be open.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it should be an open. 12.5 for PEP. Okay, that's 1, 2. What am I missing?
I want to add something.
Okay, is it emergent?
I want to go and close, yeah.
Okay, what do you want to add in closed?
I did a little tour of the regional landfill, so I want to update it and the rest of councilors.
Okay, well, landfill's on there, so you can add it at that point.
Yeah, it's enclosed.
It's enclosed already. What was I'm missing one? Mr. Hogan, you had one more for enclosed?
Regional municipal relationships.
Regional municipal relationships.
Okay, so that's adding 3 to the agenda, 2 in camera and 1 in open. Everybody's clear on? No?
So for clarification, is the petition being added to the package?
Nope, that's not being, staff asked for time for that. It's not emergent.
So currently we have Palliser Economic Partnership fundraiser to new business and regional partnerships to closed session.
Yes. Everybody understands? Dustin's moving the agenda with the additions. Any questions? Vote. carried. Adoption of the minutes from the last meeting. Michelle's moving them. Any questions on them? Vote. Has carried. All right, we will now go into subdivision and development for 10 o'clock. Do I need a motion to go into that, or we just move into it? Just move into it? Okay. So, application DP 25-175. Ms. Mack?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. As you had mentioned, this is development permit application number 25/175. The proposal is to operate a home-based business called Hat Firewood Incorporated. The owner and the applicant is Randy Pfaff, and this is located at Northwest 3311-7 west of the 4th, with a municipal address of 7329 Township Road 120. Property size is 30.15 acres, and it is currently zoned Agricultural District 2. The applicant is proposing to operate a business in Cypress County called Hat Firewood Inc. for the Development Authority's consideration. The business will specialize in processing of firewood. The property is located on Township Road 120, approximately 8.6 kilometers north of the hamlet of 7 Persons. The closest neighboring residence to the property boundary of the subject parcel is approximately 374 meters to the east. As the applicant indicates, logging trucks will be delivering wood to the site from western and northern Alberta, approximately 10 to 20 loads per year. The logs will be processed on-site and bagged for resale. There will also be an option to buy in bulk, but the applicant anticipates that 1 to 5 customers may visit the site daily, as well as offer delivery of firewood. The business equipment that will be stored on site includes a skid steer, a tractor, a payloader, and a firewood processor. There will be 3 employees, including this applicant and his spouse, working Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and no advertising sign is being proposed at this time. In accordance with Section 16.6.1 of the Land Use Bylaw, the Development Authority shall review each development permit application and determine its compliance with this bylaw. When a development permit application includes variance requests or discretionary uses, the Development Authority shall assess the application as outlined based on the following criteria in accordance with Section 646 of the MGA. Unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring parcels of land, and the proposed development conforms with the use prescribed for that land or building in the land use bylaw. Administration notes the potential for negative impacts to neighboring parcels and road maintenance. However, these impacts can be mitigated through appropriate permit conditions. In the Land Use Bylaw 2022-09, under the Agricultural District 2, a home-based business major is a Class 2 discretionary use, requiring consideration of the Development Authority. Section 1212, home-based business major, has the following regulations. The outside storage of equipment, goods, materials, commodities, or finished products related to a home-based business major use may be permitted if it is screened from adjacent parcels and from public roadways. The outside storage of equipment, goods, materials, commodities, or finished products related to a home-based business major use that is not screened shall be at the discretion of the Development Authority. The display or placement of signage on the premise of a home-based business major use shall be in accordance with Section 15. The home-based business major use shall not generate noise, smoke, steam, odor, dust, fumes, exhaust, vibration, heat, glare, refuse matter, and a storage of hazardous or combustible materials considered offensive or excessive in the opinion of the Development Authority. At all times, the privacy of the adjacent residential dwelling shall be preserved, and the home-based business major use shall not unduly offend surrounding or adjacent residents by way of example, but not limited to excessive lighting, late calling of clients, of unreasonable number, traffic congestion, or excessive on-street or off-street parking. The parking of any commercial vehicles, including the number considered and location, shall be at the discretion of the Development Authority. In addition to those individuals permanently reside in the residential building on the subject parcel, up to 4 additional other employees are permitted as part of the approval and operation of a home-based business major use. We circulated the application, and Cypress County Public Works replied that they have no comments. And the St. Mary's River Irrigation District replied that given the proximity to the canal, we request that conditions be imposed with the development permit approval that ensures no debris, including wood, waste, sawdust, or bark, enters the irrigation canal. The waterway must be protected from any form of seepage or contamination at the applicant's cost. So I went out to site. I'll have Lesanne bring up some photos for you. So this is on Township Road 120 looking west, and I'm just sitting at the canal right of way with the proposed property in the distance. This is looking southwest. This is at the applicant's entrance to the yard, so you can see the existing residence and shop that were approved previously. The business is proposed to the left. This is looking east down Township Road 120 with the property on the right. And just a closer view. And then just looking south at the property. And this is from behind with Township Road 120 in the distance. We're looking north with the proposed. You can see some of the business activities have started there. So that takes me to the recommendation. The recommendation is presented to the Development Authority as a guideline in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. The following conditions may be omitted, altered, or added to as per the Development Authority. And the first recommendation is that the Development Authority approve development permit application 25175, subject to the following conditions and with the understanding that it will be operated as outlined in the submitted application. Any changes must be submitted for approval by the Development Authority. Conditions A through F are standard conditions. If the board would like me to read them out, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll jump to G, which is subject to a maximum of 3 employees. H is subject to the hours of operation of Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I is no signs are permitted without prior approval by Cypress County. J, all storage of materials and equipment relating to the business, including 1 skid steer, 1 tractor, 1 payloader, and 1 firewood processor, are required to meet and maintain the minimum setback of 40 meters from the center of Township Road 120 and shall be located as per the applicant's submitted site plan. K, the applicant is responsible to ensure no debris, including wood, waste, sawdust, or bark, enters the St. Mary's River Irrigation Canal. L, the applicant is required to obtain written confirmation from Cypress County Fire Services regarding amount, size, and location of stored wood and processed firewood. M, the development permit is valid for 5 years. N, the county will issue a permit in year 4 if, in the opinion of the Development Authority, the business is not causing a negative impact on the adjacent properties and still complies with the submitted site plan and the conditions of the development permit. O, where the county finds that the conditions of the development permit and/or site plan are not being met, or that the use is causing undesirable impacts to the county will issue a notice to the applicant 6 months in advance of the expiring permit that the county will not be renewing the use and development permit. The notice to the applicant must include the reasons the permit is not being renewed, the date of the permit expiring, and that if the applicant wishes to continue with the use, the applicant must submit a new development permit application. And finally, P, should the county fail to issue a new development permit before the expiration of this development permit, the development will automatically be renewed for another 5 years. And Mr. Chairman, I have two alternative recommendations. Number one is that the Development Authority refuse the administrative recommendation as the proposal does not comply with the general purposes and intent of the agricultural district 2 as stated in the land use bylaw. Or number two, that the Subdivision and Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. And that is my report.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Mack? Keith?
Do we have to change from Ag District 2 to a different class in order to accommodate this?
Through the chair, in the agricultural district 2, a home-based business major is an allowed use there.
So no. Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. Number one is the staff topping out at 3 and the development permit validity of 5 years. I think I like this idea. I think that it's something that can be contained to an area. It's it works. I am full well aware of how this goes even within my own situation. It's the only thing is that I don't know why, when we're looking at economic development and what we do, that we should be putting a restriction on staff. I think our goal and our hope would be that this could grow into something that maybe they needed 5 or 6 or 7. If we're talking about 20 logging trucks a year, it's not a significant amount of traffic. The staff that would be coming out there would not be coming in massive amounts of vehicles that would be damaging roads or anything like that. I'm more familiar from my time on MPC in the past with kind of annual review, and I like that this is more in the 5-year area, but at the same time, if people are looking at investing in, putting up a building or a shop or something like that, and they're doing that, putting a validity on it and having a big question mark on whether or not you can renew in 5 years also definitely impacts your comfort level in investment in your own things. So to me, I'd like to see the staff limit of 3 removed, and I'd be curious to know if there's an appetite for, I understand that we want to be able to enforce the rules and the restrictions that are a part of it. I'm just wondering what the best way to do that is without actually having like an expiry of the permit versus if they aren't living by it, we have the ability to have some level of enforcement. I'd like to see the expiry removed and just more of an enforcement conversation be had. So those are my 2 comments.
Mr. Hawk?
I'm just curious, why would we put in the restriction of only 3 employees? What's the benefit of that?
Through the chair, sorry, did you say with the restriction of the time?
No, the 3 employees.
Oh. So the through the chair, the home-based business major has a limit on employees, so we typically have that condition on there in the event that the business grows and they want more employees, that it's kind of a trigger to come back and apply as the intensity is changing. It's also increasing the traffic if there's more employees coming, so it's just a notification to ensure that if the business is growing, we're reapplying and getting a new permit.
It doesn't become a home base anymore if it starts to get too big. Then there's controls in there to.
But it's already being staffed. It's already being staffed by non-residents anyways. Like if it was a home-based business, I see that as like somebody who's providing like a massage service, right? Or a bookkeeping service. But we recognize that there will be staff that will be coming. I think that the location of it is appropriate for something like this. The road network and what the use would be, if we want to put a limit on it, I understand it coming back if the intensity changes, but I would argue that intensity changing from 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 is not a real big intensity change. Maybe if we got like to 10 staff or something like that, that would be a significant amount to say, hey, but at that point, they're probably coming in for other permits on buildings and growing. I'm just kind of wanting to maintain that economic development lens in this as well, because it is a part of where we're wanting to go with stuff too.
Mr. Proctor?
What measures are they taking in order to prevent seepage into the canal? I.e., if they bring in treated wood and cutting it, what measures are they taking to ensure they're not going to contaminate the water for the irrigation?
And this is firewood, so it can't be treated. You can't burn treated firewood.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject, we also still have yet to hear from the applicants, in which I think some of that feedback will be clarified by the applicants in representing the application. To speak further to the number of employees, this is the guidelines essentially that council has set forth for the home-based business major. If the development authority deems that it's appropriate to vary how many off-site employees they are permitted to have, that can certainly be accommodated as the development permit process as a variance to that section. But that's where that number of employees is stemming from, is that's the guidelines that we've been given through the land use bylaw to work within.
Okay, and we can hear from the applicants, and then we can ask these other questions. Applicants are here today. Do you want to come up and then? There's just a button there you push and it'll turn the red light on. Mike, there you go. You're live. Just state your name for the record.
Randy Pfaff.
Do you have anything you want to add to any of this discussion or anything?
I'll just take questions if you'd like.
Okay. Michelle?
Hi.
Hi.
My question is, we get a lot of wind here. The wind's coming. How do you keep that sawdust pile where it is?
That sawdust pile is going to be collected right off the processor into bags. Yep.
Mr. Proctor, you had your question?
Yeah, what is the demographic layout of the property from the irrigation canal to where you'll be working? Is it sloped towards the?
It is sloped towards the canal.
It is.
Yes.
How will you prevent seepage?
We're capturing the sawdust,
Okay.
so there'll be no other product getting away from us, basically.
Any other questions for the applicant? Keith?
Just looking at the picture, how far is it from where you're going to do that? How far away from the canal is it?
I believe we're probably 100 meters, probably more.
Okay, and is that farmland in the middle or is that grass?
That's crested wheatgrass.
That's sweet. Okay. All I have.
You have seen all the conditions, you understand them all?
I sure do.
Do you have any problems with any of the conditions?
No.
Mr. Bossler? I'll move for approval. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Pfaff. Just with regards to the conditions and the, my earlier point with regards to capping it at the 3 employees, are you comfortable with the 3 or are you, I would be proposed to make the friendly amendment of raising that even to 6 or 7 if you feel like 3 is not a lot.
3 isn't a lot, no.
It's not a lot, and I think that, in this situation, it's appropriate, and, we can look at bringing the land use bylaw and having a conversation about that at a different time, but for now, if Dustin is comfortable with it, could we even go up to 6? And we hope that you need all 6 of them.
I do as well.
Mr. Mayor, procedurally, we don't do friendly amendments, so Councilor Vossler has the option to withdraw his motion or to move the amendment as amendment to the motion and then do the motion as amended. So we'll vote on the amendment and then vote on the original motion with the amendment added to it.
So Robin, you're making
I got a better idea. I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll make a new motion in the regard with the 6.
Okay. So Mr. Bossler's made the motion of exactly what you see, except for, what letter was that? G will be changed from 3 to 6 employees. Any questions or comments? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Your development permit has been approved, subject to meeting with the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of your development permit. Since there's a discretionary use, there's now a 3-week appeal period that the public may appeal the issue of this permit. The development permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeals are filed within the 21 days from the date of the issue, the development permit will become valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development officer to discuss them after today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move forward to DP 25-179.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this proposal is to place an 8x8 portable advertising sign with a size relaxation of 4 square feet. This is a freestanding portable sign. The owner of the property is Cypress County, and the applicant is Suffield Community Association. This is located at 553 6th Street in Suffield, and the property size is 26,000 square feet and is zoned Hamlet Residential District. The applicant is proposing to place an advertising sign on a property in the hamlet of Suffield for the Development Authority's consideration. The sign will be utilized to advertise events being held by the Suffield Community Association. The parcel is a vacant lot located at the corner of 6th Street and Ronald Avenue in the hamlet of Suffield. The maximum size allowed in the land use bylaw for a freestanding portable sign is 60 square feet. The applicant is proposing a sign face of 64 square feet or a 7% variance. The proposed sign will be 8x8 in size with a maximum height of 10 feet. The portable sign is proposed to be placed in the northeast corner of the lot, set back 5 feet from both the north and east property boundary. The Suffield Community Association hosts events such as the Youth Club, Craft Club, Darts, Crib, various dinners, and much more. The proposed sign will assist the association in making the community aware of what they're offering. In accordance with Section 16.6.1 of the Land Use Bylaw, the Development Authority shall review each development permit application and determine its compliance with this bylaw. When a development permit application includes variance requests or discretionary uses, the Development Authority shall assess the application as outlined based on the following criteria in accordance with Section 646 of the MGA. Unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring parcels of land, and the proposed development conforms with the use prescribed for that land or building in the land use bylaw. Administration has reviewed the proposal and do not identify any anticipated negative impacts to the neighboring parcels. In the land use bylaw under the Hamlet Residential District, a sign is not listed as either a permitted or a discretionary use. Therefore, the proposal would fall under other uses as a Class 2 discretionary use requiring consideration of the Development Authority. The general purpose and intent of the Hamlet Residential District is to accommodate low-density residential development within the county's hamlets. Section 15.9 freestanding portable sign has the following regulations: a maximum sign area of 60 square feet, and the maximum number of signs is 1 per business frontage. Section 15.1 General Sign Regulations states that the development permit applications that are not in compliance with the regulations in this section shall be referred to the Development Authority for approval and should be assessed based on the following criteria: the scale of the proposed sign in relation to the regulations outlined, and the impact of the sign on the character of the surrounding community. Cypress County's Recreation Annual Grants Policy states that Cypress County recognizes the value of having residents directly involved in operating recreation and leisure services in their local community. We did circulate to Public Works, and they replied that as long as the sign is within the property boundaries and not within the public right-of-way, they have no comments. I did go out and take some pictures. So this is at the corner of Ronald Ave and 6th Street. We're looking west. The proposed lot is on the left side. We're looking south on 6th Street, the proposed lot on the right. This is a view of the proposed lot. And then looking east, so the property across 6th Street is currently vacant as well, and the approximate location of the sign. And then just looking east down Ronald Avenue. So that takes me to the recommendation. The recommendation is presented to the Subdivision and Development Authority as a guideline in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. The following conditions may be omitted, altered, or added to as per the Subdivision and Development Authority. The first recommendation is that the Development Authority approve Development Permit Application 25-175, subject to the following conditions, and with the understanding that it will be placed as outlined in the submitted application. Any changes must be submitted for approval by the Development Authority. I have 3 standard conditions. It is the responsibility of the developer or owner to ensure that any applicable provincial and federal statutes and regulations are complied with. This development shall comply with all regulations under the land use bylaw except where variance has been granted by the Development Authority. And finally, the sign must be maintained in a safe, clean, and tidy condition. I have 2 alternative recommendations, and number 1 is that the Development Authority refuse Development Permit Application 25-179 as the proposal does not comply with the general purpose and intent of the Hamlet Residential District as stated in the land use bylaw. And number 2, that the Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. And that's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. Before I go to any questions, I guess, ask if the applicant has anything to add or would like to speak on it. And you understand the conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Blaine?
I'm not sure if this to the development agency or to the applicant, just who's going to be in charge of maintenance of it if it gets flipped over, or who's in charge of the liability of it if it gets damaged?
Through the chair, that would be the applicant that is placing the sign would be responsible for that sign and the maintenance of it.
Ms. McKenzie?
Thank you, through the chair. My question is grass cutting. If it's county-owned property, I'm assuming there's a contract that the grass cutters, like, do they have to move the sign every time they cut? Who's responsible for keeping the grass from being able to see the sign?
Through the chair, that is a wonderful question. I'm assuming our lot, and maybe Mr. Jacobs can confirm, but I'm assuming our lot, we look after the sightliness and the weeds and any grass cutting around it.
The applicant would like to answer that for you.
As per the question, I would say probably within 10 or 15 all the way around the sign, that would be up to the SCRA for that grass whacked, controlled, not up to public works.
Sorry, I just got a comment. Is there any way you can move that sign out close to the highway? My opinion, I have to drive into town to read it. Out by the highway, when I go by, I could see you guys are having a fish fry. I know what date. I'm in to play crib. But what's going on then, I have to drive into the look. For residents going to Ralston or Jenner, just in the area, better notification close to Transcam. That's my opinion.
Oh, turn your mic on.
We had looked at doing signage close proximity to the highway. However, there was certain regulations under Alberta Highways Act, as well as a lot of the frontage property along Highway 1 is also private property, which is what we're trying to based on liability issues, private property.
comment?
Proposed sign that is 60 square feet. Got the sign down, you're gonna variance on that.
The sign that we own right now, which is on private property, measures 8 by 8 by 10 feet high.
Any other questions or comments? Want to make a motion?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. So with regards to it's being placed on our lot, they maintain kind of that 15 feet around it. Do we have, or should we have just any kind of like any little lease on that space just to clarify what the requirements would be or expectations would be? Yeah, I'm thinking like a lease of $1. It's not a big deal, but from a legality standpoint, should there be something like that for that purpose?
Through the chair to Councillor Kerpwait, I'd have to pull the existing lease to see what the boundaries are on the lease currently to answer that question, and I just don't have it in front of me. I don't know today. The Suffield Community Association has been phenomenal about keeping their building and their yard neat and tidy, and I think it's something we could certainly look into doing. Down the road, a few weeks, et cetera, et cetera. But I have 100% faith in the community association, their current president, that they'll maintain that in a neat and tidy order. But it's something we certainly could look at as to how we could manage that property. I just don't know where the property lines are from a lease perspective today.
Buck?
There it is. I'd like to make a motion that
First recommendation.
Cypress County Public. Recommendation is that the Development Authority approve development application subject to and the understanding that it will be placed on outlined in the submitted application. Changes must be submitted for
Moved with the 3. Questions or comments? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Your development permit has been approved, subject to the meeting of the conditions which were previously discussed. County will mail you a copy of the development permit. Since it's a discretionary use, there will now be a 3-week appeal period for the public to appeal the issue of the permit. Development permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeals are filed in 21 days from the date of the issue, the development permit will be valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development officer after. Very much. All right, we're on development permit 25-180.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposal is for 2 existing 8x40 storage containers with the setback relaxation of 6.4 meters from the center of the service road. Like I said, these are existing storage containers. The owner applicant is George and Anita Kleinsasser, and this is located at number 11409 Black and White Trail. Property size is 2.13 acres, and it is currently zoned Country Residential District 1. The applicant is requesting approval from the Development Authority for 2 existing 8x40 storage containers to be located on the property. The storage containers are 13.6 meters or 44.8 feet from the center line of the public service road. The applicant is requesting a variance of 32% or 6.4 meters, which is 20.8 feet. The property currently contains a residence and yard and is located in a multi-parcel country residential subdivision along Black and White Trail, approximately 2.8 kilometers south of Township Road 120. As the applicant indicates, the placement of the storage containers was chosen due to the location of existing utilities on the property and water well location. In addition, placement behind the house was limited due to the location of the septic tank and field and a cistern. The accessory structures are within the permissible size limits of the CR1 district. In accordance with Section 16.6.1 of the Land Use Bylaw, the Development Authority shall review each development permit application to determine its compliance with the bylaw. When a development permit application includes variance requests or discretionary uses, the Development Authority shall assess the application as outlined based on the following criteria in accordance with Section 646 of the MGA. Unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring parcels of land. Does the proposed development conform with the use prescribed for that land or building in the land use bylaw? Upon review of the application, administration has identified the potential for negative impacts to neighboring parcels due to aesthetic nuisance and obstruction of view, in addition to road maintenance operations. In the land use bylaw, under the Country Residential District 1, a storage container is a Class 1 discretionary use. In the Country Residential District 1, it states that the minimum setback requirement from the center line of a public service road is 20 meters or 65.6 feet. Section 1219 storage container states that the approval will be required as a Class 2 discretionary use before the placement of 2 or more storage containers will be allowed in the Country Residential District 1. Section 1219.6 states that the placement of a storage container must comply with all other aspects of this bylaw, including the minimum setback distances from the various property lines, which would be required for an accessory building in that district. Section 1219.7 states that the Development Authority may impose the following conditions upon the issuance of a development permit as a discretionary use as follows. Where more than one storage container is allowed, the containers are not to be stacked on top of one another. The exterior finish of the storage container is to match or complement the exterior finish of the principal building, or must be screened from view to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. We did circulate this application to Public Works, and they replied that they do have concerns with the approval of the setback relaxation, as it may cause snow drifting and road maintenance problems. Before I go on to my recommendation, I did take some pictures of the property. So this is from the internal service road looking west at Township, or at the Black and White Trail. Storage containers are on your left and the existing residence in behind. This is looking south from that same location. This is still from the service road, but looking east into the subdivision. The storage containers on your right and the residence. And looking south from that same location with Black and White Trail on the right. And just another shot at the yard site. And then this is looking east from Black and White Trail. The service road would be on the left, but you can see the storage containers in the background there. So that takes me to the recommendation, which is presented to the Development Authority as a guideline in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. The following conditions may be omitted, altered, or added to as per the Development Authority. The first recommendation is that the Development Authority deny development permit application 25180 for the following reason. The proposed development does not comply with the minimum setback requirement as stated in the Country Residential District 1 in the Land Use Bylaw 2022-9. And 2 alternative recommendations, Mr. Chairman. The first is that the Development Authority approve development permit application 25180, subject to the following conditions and with the understanding that it will be placed as outlined in the submitted application. Any changes must be submitted for approval by the Development Authority. Conditions A through D are standard conditions. They'll jump to E, which is subject to the exterior finish of the storage containers to be maintained in good condition and match or complement the exterior finish of the principal building, or must be screened as per section 13.4 of the Land Use Bylaw to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. F is setback relaxation of 6.4 meters or 20.8 feet from the center line of the public service road for the 2 existing storage containers. G, the development permit is valid for 5 years. H, the county will issue a permit in year 4 if, in the opinion of the development authority, the storage containers are not causing a negative impact on the adjacent properties and still complies with the submitted site plan and the conditions of the development permit. I, where the county finds that the conditions of the development permit or site plan are not being met, or that the use is causing undesirable impacts to the county will issue a notice to the applicant 6 months in advance of the expiring permit that the county will not be renewing the use and development permit. The notice to the applicant must include the reasons the permit is not being renewed, the date of the permit expiring, and that if the applicant wishes to continue with the use, the applicant must submit a new development permit application. And finally, J, should the county fail to issue a new development permit before the expiration of this development permit, the development will automatically be renewed for another 5 years. And the last recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. That is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant have anything to add? Please just state your name.
I'm George Klein Saucer, the property. First of all, as we all know around here, we don't get winters that there will be any snow affecting the. Number 2, the roadway doesn't get made. 3, if I move the sea cans from where they are right now, I will have them right up against my house. They have not affected anything. Maybe the color of it. I have nowhere else to put. I need them for my store. To me, this is a bunch of old.
My question is for staff with regards to setbacks and even from a planning perspective, having fencing or anything like that in this area. This is CR1, right? Is there any kind of limitations, like usually even in like for the front yards, like you can't even put in like a 6-foot fence or anything like that? Is anything like that apply in this subdivision in particular, or what? I don't even know if we would be, this was an application for a garage or shop. I don't even know if approved based on where the being up front. So that's
Through the chair, I'll assist Ms. Mack with the answering of this question to allow Mr. Klein-Saucer to remain where he is. In the land use bylaw, the Hamlet Residential District does limit setbacks from property lines and in terms of height. In the more rural areas, such as along township roads, service roads, or range roads, the general direction in the bylaw is to not interfere with visual traffic or with flow of traffic. So I think through planning's assessment, we've identified that there is the potential for risk for that interference to occur, and hence our recommendation.
The applicant, you stated that you do not maintain that road in the winter?
Mr. Jake.
Through the chair, yes, that's one of the subdivision roads off of the black and white, and it is a road that we're responsible to maintain.
Well, you can see the amount of snow out there, you know, there's a lot of maintenance to be done on that road, as we see, which is none. Like I said, we get snow for 2 days out there and then melts and it's gone. The visibility of the sea cans, I don't think it interferes with anything. If I need a permit for my sea cans, there's a garbage bin at the end of that road. I'm sure there's no permit. It's sitting right on the road out. And same with the colors. When you look across the road from my property, there's a bunch of different colored sheds over there. I have no issues with painting them. I just need time to do it because I own much.
I think it's the color of them, big issue. It's where the issue at this point.
I have nowhere else to put them. I can put them along the highway because I have a well, I have a cistern, I have a septic tank. If I put them over to the east part of the property, then it blocks the neighbor's views, which to me, that isn't a concern of mine. I'm a taxpayer, so I just don't know what to say. I guess if I really state my opinion, nobody's gonna like me.
Comment.
Move for approval.
Move and allow them to stay where they're at.
I was just going to suggest that if there is any concern with the neighbors, we'll get it in the form of an appeal.
Yep.
Through the chair, my question would be, if this doesn't comply with the setbacks, come
Through the chair, my understanding is that staff identified and worked with the landowner to make application for the storage containers, given a development permit is required for the placement of 2 or more. So regardless of whether the setbacks are required or not, a development permit would have been required. So essentially, the development authority is considering for the placement of 2 or more containers. That's the first variance that you're considering. And then the second variance is for the setback variance from the road.
I'm all for us being able to utilize our land, need storage. I get all that. But where I'm struggling hard with is the placement and precedent setting of having 53 or 50-foot sea cans just at the front of the property. If everybody did it, it's just not going to look good either. Like on a planning side of things, I understand, when you have different things like wells and septic fields and things like that, that's my struggle right now is, we have rules that are specific to planning that are about trying to maintain kind of a nice aesthetic as well, right? And I would happily approve or vote to approve having the 2 units. Just really struggling with coming in. Where the one is, like, we've got 2 of them right now on the, is there a way to even move them side by side so that it's at least kind of off and almost half of the frontage right now? 8 foot. And I can't. Sure.
Want to send pictures back up?
No, I understand where he's coming from, and it's back when we were on MPC together, Mr. Mayor, we had conversations about sea containers and trying to find ways to utilize them instead of having sheds and things, and how do you integrate that and keeping things looking good, and sometimes we just have to deal with it after the fact because we don't know, and I understand why we're that way right now.
I don't think it's an argument of decals.
The value of
It's placement. Any of us are.
I would be fine with drawing my. And in my opinion, if the two were sitting together, I'd be a lot happier. So I guess to the applicant, would that be sufficient with you if if that motion was made that those plans are put together, that side by side?
Yes, I can get that done.
I would
Through the chair, I think administration would just seek clarity because what we will require from Mr. Kleinsasser is an amended site plan, understanding where the specific locations of the storage containers are going to be located, in addition to what the setbacks will be from any property lines, because there's still a variance that needs to be considered. That is an opportunity if Mr. Kleinsasser is in favor of that. Staff could continue working with him on an alternative location, bring that alternative location back to the Development Authority. Otherwise, Mr. Kleinsasser can seek a decision from you today.
Good with postponement so that you can get this arranged so that there's nothing.
I'll make the motion then to postpone to give the applicant time to work with county staff and bring that back at the next.
Much time is that? As I work out, I'm gone for a month at a time. I don't know when I'm home. I don't know.
Staff can work.
Yeah, through the chair, there's also timelines within the Municipal Government Act that we are bounded by as well. So like we say, we'll work with Mr. Kleinsasser and we'll reach out to you today to coordinate.
So you are postponed till the next, till you can get this straightened out and then come back with it. Okay, have a good day. Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Just postpone this a little longer. I'll call the meeting back to order. Guess we get the big debut of no pressure.
Morning. My name is Brian and I will be presenting subdivision application 5. The proposal is to subdivide a 2.2 hectare parcel, about 5.43 acres, from Lot 2 in 2 parts, Block 4, Plan 1910218, which is a property right on 2nd Avenue. This application is intended to subdivide portion off, which is a cutoff from the remainder of the agricultural site, create a separate title. This is in advance of remainder of the lot, which is roughly about 63.4 acres, will continue to be dryland pasture, and there are no active or abandoned gas wells in a 100-meter radius of this proposed subdivision. The property is located along Charles Street in Dunmore, which is and also fronts onto 2nd Avenue, approximately 75 meters north of Highway 1, and the proposed parcel is being utilized by an adjacent business right now just for the storage of equipment and vehicles. Currently, the property gains direct access to Charles Street from an existing approach. However, there is potential to also gain access from 2nd Avenue. Currently, there is no water services to the proposed lot. However, there is an opportunity to connect to the hamlet's water system, either Charles Street or 2nd Avenue. As identified in the land use bylaw zoning maps, the proposed lot is currently zoned Agricultural District 1, or A1 IDP, and the surrounding properties are a mixture of your Hamlet Industrial District, HI, or the Public Service District, PS, or Agricultural District 1, again, that IDP. A review of the land title indicates that a deferred reserve caveat is registered on title. This deferred reserve caveat was registered on title as part of a previous subdivision. Once this amount owing has been collected, the caveat may be discharged through Alberta Land. The proposed lot is located within the Cypress County growth area as defined in the Tri-Area IDP on Map B, and also within the commercial industrial area of the Dunmore Master Area Structure Plan. Dunmore Master Area Structure Plan envisions the area as a combination of compatible light industrial and commercial use. The ASP sort of envisions uses similar to truck stops, restaurants, hotels, oil and gas shops, storage, warehouses, etc. So while the property is currently zoned A1 IDP in our land use bylaw, any development of the site will require rezoning to ensure compliance with the Dunmore Area Structure Plan and any other statutory. Administration has reviewed the proposed lot. Due to its unique shape of the property, variance may be required when development of. Following is just reference to all the federal, municipal, provincial legislation. Subdivision application was referred to all interested parties, both internally and externally. Cypress County commented that Cypress County Public Works commented that there is currently no water service, but there is access to it. City of Medicine Hat Electrical Department did respond that an additional utility right-of-way may be required for electrical infrastructure. The Cypress County assessor did provide a market value assessment rate of $37,029.16 per hectare for money in place of municipal reserve purposes. As well, the Dunmore Offsite Levy 2016/27 has set the rate within the hamlet of Dunmore at $50,000 per hectare. Submitted subdivision is 2.2 hectares. So administration has calculated that the offsite levies for this lot $110,000. So administration does bring this recommendation forward to the subdivision authority just as a guideline in an effort to assist the decision-making process. It is the subdivision authority's authority to omit, alter, or add to any of these conditions. So administration is recommending that the subdivision authority move to approve subdivision application 25CY18, subject to the following conditions. That the developer required to make payment to the county for money in place of the municipal reserves, the amount of $3,702.91. That the developer is required to make payment to the county in money in place of municipal reserve on 0.70 hectares in the amount of $3,702.91. And these two fees shall be collected prior to subdivision or endorsement of the subdivision. Number 3, all municipal taxes are paid at time of endorsement. Condition number 4, that the developer enter into a municipal service agreement with the Cypress County. This agreement shall remain in full compliance with the terms and conditions. This agreement shall address the provisions and installation of all required private and municipal utilities on each lot, including municipal water, lot grading, and adequate on-site water storage for fire suppression in accordance with the Alberta Building Code, and that the developer shall also prepare and implement a stormwater management plan consistent with the Dunmore Master Stormwater Management Plan and to the satisfaction of Cypress County. The developer shall also provide security in the form of an irrevocable letter of credit, pay all applicable off-site levies based on the amount owing at the time of development. Municipal service agreement shall be registered against the title of the newly created lot at the time of registration with Alberta Land Titles. Condition number 5, it is the developer's responsibility to enter into any necessary agreements with the City of Medicine Hat electrical distribution regarding any utility right-of-ways. Condition 6, the developer shall supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, and/or agreements which are to be registered, requirement of any affected utilities to the Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration. Alternatively, administration has provided the subdivision authority different recommendations. One, that the subdivision and development authority not to approve subdivision development application 25C18, or 2, that the subdivision and development authority and
Does the applicant have anything to add? You're good with the conditions that were presented? Questions from council? Question? Okay, vote. Okay, that's carried. For the applicant, your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting all the conditions that were previously discussed. County will mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to have the approved subdivision area surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approved conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor for registration of the separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner to discuss after today's meeting. Thank you very much. Okay. Everybody took a 5-minute break. Take a 2-minute break before we go into the council agenda. We are now on to 9.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to the rest of council, good morning. It's my pleasure to present the Community Services Q4 2025 reports. I'll be introducing all at the same time here, so just do like an omnibus, but I've got Jody Phillips for Recreation, Lisa Salz for Agriculture, and Sarah Morris will be presenting on Health and Safety. I'll be then coming back up and presenting on Emergency and Protective Services. Chief Linton couldn't be here. He's currently en route back from Nova Scotia, where he was snowed in for the last couple of days and canceled flights. So I will do my best to get through that update and finish off with emergency management. That'll be the final report for community services. Without further ado, I will hand over to Jody Phillips.
Morning, Council, and through here, I'd like to present the recreation update. So our department goals were to create a new funding model for Cypress County's Direct to policy. Wanted to generate a healthy two-way community relationship with the recreation department, and also to engage community and garner meaningful feedback that will inform the new funding model and also assist in establishing building maintenance responsibilities holders. Meeting the department goals started with compiling and verifying records. So we have now identified all of the active. We've confirmed all of the facility entities operated by each group. We also created a 15 history for each group, including their operation grant funding, small grant funding, capital project funding. We've identified capital projects that are funded outside of the rec funding. So when council wants to use reserve for something, that portion is still in. And also calculated additional service level costs that the county towards these. We then went a step further and identified the operating costs and also calculated the self-generated revenue that each group county towards their offering. We also have put all of the operating and have those updated. We've also started a review of all of the recreation agencies that is on. And the website, the website has been expanded in recreation so that all of the community submission, such as rates, things, photos that they program information, that's been rolled out to all of the groups, and they have that county-wide exposure. Similarly, events calendar, all groups can submit upcoming events. For people to know what's. Our next steps, we're in the process of the engagement portion with the community. So these meetings are two portions per section discussion where we discuss topics such as the association's relationship with Cypress County, organizational challenges, recreation trends in their facilities usage, things. So we are talking capital and the funding model. Second portion of survey that provides apples to apples metrics. All so the information we're collecting will be helpful. The information, and I think that's presented, it will. Sorry, I told okay. The next step will be compiling discussion and survey results. We'll be creating a proposed funding model using input from the groups. So these 4 metrics are things that all of the groups are ranking in order that they think is most important to when determining funding. So those are the facility usage, the type of facility, need, and the activity level of the association or group. We will then spend time testing the model and then prepare the recommended updates to the Rec 2 policy for council's review and approval in the second quarter of this year. So, thank you.
Any questions? Oh, glad to see. Oh, sorry.
How has your response been from all these groups when you met with them? Are they hostile, or are they quite welcoming, or have you met, with good, meetings, getting lots from it? And
I would say that the overwhelming response has been positive. The groups are very open, the discussions are very frank, and the information that is coming back is really valuable. It's what we wanted to know. So there's some hostility, but it's not, it's minor, I would say, compared to the overall group.
Lloyd?
Yeah, I just say, Julie, I just wanted to thank you for changing your schedule there for Elkwater. It's very kind of you. They really want you out there. They talk quite a bit about you. And also, I was just telling Mr. Cartwright, I got a call from the golf course the other day about some other stuff, but they mentioned you and said they really appreciate you, just to let you know.
Keith?
Number 4 says you're going to test the proposed funding model and report back in the second quarter. Could you explain that a little bit? Like, what changes are you making? What are you looking at doing? How's it actually going to improve? And kind of your goals in all of this. Kind of explain your funding model first, if you don't mind.
So the funding model is based on the type of facility that it has will be sort of a starting benchmark. But then we want to look at the facility usage. How much is that facility actually being used? And then that would be given a weight that would go into the percentage of funds available for distribution. So likewise, need. Does the group, do they have a high level of need or a lower level of need? And is that important in determining how much funding they should receive? And then the activity level. So we have some groups who are running activities 2 a week. And then there are some that might do something once a year. So again, how important is that? And these are subjective metrics, which is why we're asking the groups to input. So during the survey, all 4 of these things, they are ranking them in order of importance so that we know what their opinion is and we can integrate that into the model.
Mr. Hawk?
You will be bringing these changes forward to council before you implement?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because when you read it, you're doing a test proposed funding model, then prepare recommended updates. So I was just making sure that we know first.
Any other questions? I think it's what we've been asking for all these years on what's going on out there, so.
I'll make a comment. I think that's exactly what we've been looking for all these years, just so that we can contribute to the level of service, because we never really knew what that level of service is. So once you can bring that value back to us, it'll help us, distribute that a heck of a lot easier, I think. Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Okay, I have a few more slides, so sorry about that. Okay, and this is, the Ag Department report through the chair. These are the calls and inquiries through email or phone that we take in the fourth quarter, obviously, and they're a bit harder to see now because it's a slower time of year, so there aren't quite as many. We haven't had a really good tracking system for all 3 of us, so this is basically my information that has kind of come through my desk. So we do have a better system going forward. That's been more important now for the next Ag Service Board grant reporting requirements. So for rental equipment, Q4 of course is naturally a little bit quieter, but in general we had a really good year for specifically the land rollers and the seed drills. So that was really positive this year. And we're gonna hopefully build on that for 2026 again. This is kind of a summary. So we had 2 ASB meetings. We hosted the South Region ASB conference in October. We had that in Eagles Nest Ranch, so that was well received. We had lots of good comments on that. We've had 19 posts out on social media, and we promote the Ag Service Board programs at different things. So we had a booth at the Ag Connections Conference this year again. We've had one Ag Service Board newsletter come out in the Cypress County Courier on November 25th. We've had one report of a new prohibited noxious weed in the county, and with that report there was approximately 70 kilometers hiked inspecting for that, so I'll get to that a little bit later. Also with that, we put the drone up once, and the Ag Tech was able to fly a little bit and get some cool footage from there. We had 7 Dutch elm disease traps up and submitted. We had one report of wild boar in the county, which was not wild boar, so that's been taken care of. 23 invoices were sent out to private landowners for weed control, and we sprayed about 184 miles of ditch and road for Canada thistle in October and into November. So this is the resource management stream of funding that we get. So environmental farm plans, there is a huge uptake in 2025 in general. 9 were completed and approved in Q4. And then there's often inquiries for SCAP or AgriInvest now. AgriInvest isn't exactly our area, but we do get calls because the environmental farm plan is now an accepted assessment to qualify for that program. And for anybody who doesn't know the EFP, it is just an environmental assessment of your own property. So, you know, it gives you ideas of things that you maybe haven't considered and, you know, could implement in the future to, it usually comes back to preserving and not contaminating groundwater. So, egg plastic recycling, that's been good too. We had grain bags collected, and some people will roll their own, others will ask to use our roller, that sort of thing. And that one, they had used our roller to roll theirs and had brought them back to the transfer site at Hilda. So the rat control stream, we've completed the fall rat inspections at 257 sites along the rat control zone. So that's parallel to the Saskatchewan border. The first 6 miles we do now. And there was rat poison distributed to 28 producers out there. And there were no reports of rats. So that's always good. So salt lover, Halogeton glomeratus. So this is the new prohibited noxious weed in the county. This has been found in Cypress County in special areas number 2 up near the Sandy Point area. So it's on both sides of the river. It's the first known infestation in Canada. So new for us, certainly, new for a lot of the government, like the, you know, Alberta Ag and all those people. We're all just kind of working through this and gonna figure it out as we go. So we spent a lot of time hiking the river hills, because that's what it is. It's coulees and cliffs and quicksand and all that kind of stuff. That is a challenge. It was the assistant ag fieldman and the ag tech that spent 2 to 3 weeks out doing that. We had a really great fall to do that. It was good timing. So this is the plant. It's very small. It's kind of inconspicuous if you don't know it's there. It's clearly been there for several years, we would say, just with the populations that we have found, unfortunately. So it's growing on bare ground. It's often found with Russian thistle, which is the brown pokey parts of that one larger photo. It's highly toxic to livestock and specifically sheep, so that's a bit concerning. We had considered putting sheep out, along the river in spots for leafy spurge management, and other producers are doing the same in that area, so we're kind of giving them a heads up just to be aware of that. There's a few more pictures, I think, Leslie Ann, thank you. Okay, so this is where, so the blue marks are the routes that the inspectors took. So that all adds up to about 70 kilometers up and down. The orange that is shown there is polygons from where they've found plants, and this is just very kind of general, one area. So at the very, very top of the map and the one at the very, very bottom, they hiked those areas and did not find anything. So we're really hoping that it's contained between those two areas of the map. But again, we were only out there for 2 to 3 weeks, so there's a lot of area in between and beyond. So this is what it looks like in October. It's very red, kind of easy to see once you get an eye for it. The drone will pick it up a little bit if you're kind of in the right spot, the right angle, and that sort of thing. So it's all, it's everywhere, and it's in places that are impossible to get to by any equipment that we would have. Tiny little plants, there's just so much of it. Like you just walk and you see it everywhere. So this is what we're going to try to deal with. We'll have to kind of figure it out. It's likely going to have to be a fixed wing aerial applicator to help with it, because it is a prohibited noxious weed, so we do have to do something, have to try something. There are areas on flat ground closer to the river, but again, then it's proximity to the river, the water, and things like that are going to be a challenge. So we're just kind of learning and figuring this out.
I have a question for you through the chair. Where do you think it would have came from? Like, there's no people out there.
I know. And the fieldman from Special Areas Number 3 looks after that area of Special Areas Number 2, so it's a bit confusing maybe, but when he was making a call to be able to have permission, we don't need permission, we have the right to go and inspect land, but when he was calling, that landowner was upset because, why are you trespassing? Well, we're not trespassing, and we've been made aware of this weed that was found by the trespassers because of the location at Sandy Point. There's people that are hiking, and we found like dirty diapers and stuff all over. So people go and hike in private land, and now with all these wonderful apps that are out there, you find something interesting, you take a picture of it, you send it off to the app, and it gets verified and then sent to the municipality where it's located. So good and bad things with all of that. So yeah, we don't know where it would come from. There are huge populations in the western United States, so animals, cattle, horses, wildlife, I don't know. Potentially maybe on equipment coming from the base, because that comes from overseas.
Isolated area.
It sure does.
And I know people who have come from other places in Canada and see our plants or whatever and dig them up and want to take them there. And whenever I catch them doing that, I tell them it's not a very good idea. So it just, like I said, I was curious as to, like, if it was birds or wind, you'd think it would be along all of the river coulees, not just that isolated area.
Yeah.
Mr. Hawk.
I'll just make a comment to that, because I found something interesting this year. The Calgary Zoo was tracking a burrowing owl, and it was in Suffield area. He goes back there every year to the same area, but right now he's in Texas. So then, if they're down there, and that type of animal comes back to the same area, he could be bringing it back with him. But, yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of my report. More to come with Salt Lover. Is there any other questions?
Through the chair, just quickly, what herbicide works on salt liver?
So apparently there are 2 registered herbicides in Canada that will work. I don't have the names written down. I do in my office. And I believe one will work like with a air application, and the other one doesn't. So it's going to be tricky to tackle this one. But
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have we ever looked at purchasing like a spray drone or anything like that for the county with what we're doing? Like, would that be something that we want to be looking at, maybe budgeting for down the road?
yes, I sure do. There's just very limited herbicides that are registered to use by drone. So at this point, we can't use a drone for spraying purposes. But yes, it's certainly like once PMRA kind of reviews labels and that sort of thing, and will add drone application to the label, it's definitely something we're interested in. Okay.
What was that, Dustin? Hopefully.
Okay, Mr. Hawk, or did you have something else? You had your hand up?
No, Robert took my question.
Oh, I thought maybe you forgot.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council, and through the chair. My name is Sarah Morris, and I will be providing a brief overview of the fourth quarter health and safety update and where we're headed next. So you'll see in this first slide the incidents and near miss amounts. The incidences, there was 7, and of these there were 6 property damages classifications and 1 vehicle/equipment damage. In the near miss category, there were 10. 4 were slips, trips, or potential falls, but the individual did not fall. 3 potential vehicle accidents, 2 equipment breakages, and 1 ergonomic eye strain near miss. And while near miss reporting increased compared to last quarter, I would just like to mention that this is viewed as a positive indicator. So near misses are situations where no one was injured, but a hazard was identified. And increased reporting reflects improved awareness and willingness to report hazards early before injuries have occurred. So in terms of the planned work for the fourth quarter in 2025, the focus was on reviewing existing health and safety documentation, identifying some of the gaps, and beginning updates or development of materials needed to support our core audit readiness and the upcoming core audit. Some items were completed and others were carried forward to ensure that they were developed just more thoroughly rather than just being rushed. Looking ahead, the first quarter, we'll focus on finalizing key documentation delivering targeted training and continuing to strengthen our health and safety system, in particular by trialing some of the health and safety software shortlist that we have created and beginning to deploy that health and safety software system throughout the county. And overall, the fourth quarter reflects steady progress towards a more proactive and structured safety management system. Thank you.
Any questions?
Actually, I just got a comment. Through the chair to Al. Would it be okay if, I just would like to look at that working alone course or whatever the working alone plan or training that you're got in place, because I worked on one at my company that I used to work for. I'm just curious to see I could add any input.
Through the chair, absolutely. We can have the general manager and the occupational health and safety manager sit down and go through the plan with you. Absolutely. And if there's any other counselors who would like to view that as well, you'd be welcome. We'll set something up and probably, I would know, take an hour or something, I would imagine. Sure, no problem at all.
Layton, did you have something?
A comment too. I was just wondering, with this report how has it affected that report that we had to the core? Yeah, like, has that helped it, bettered it? How has this affected that?
So for this report, through the chair, for this report that I'm giving you now, is that what your question is? So we are on target to have our core audit by the end of this first quarter. So I believe that we are well on our way to have the documentation we need and updated the current documentation that we have so that we will be successful in our core audit.
So so the report looks favorable then, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Good. And my next comment will be too, as long as we're not following counselors into the office on these 4 slips and trips as we're coming into the meeting, then maybe that'll help.
It'll help. Thank you very much.
We need to retire Lloyd.
All right, I'll do my best to get through the emergency services portion. And I'll just try and pick out some of the main highlights. When Chief Flinton and I were going through the presentation and getting ready, there's just a few things that we wanted to note for council and kind of look at some of the trending. Specifically around this one, so just the calls, I think the bar chart actually is from the Q3 primary and secondary as a bit of a comparison, but the chart itself, wanted to highlight that Dunmore continues to be our primary station for callouts, and actually the secondary callouts. So the operating model that we've gone to really is to have Dunmore there as a support. So the other stations are sort of the first rapid attack and get out and start to manage the situation, and have Dunmore as a secondary callout to support. And that's so far been very successful. In fact, in January, we've had more secondary callouts for Dunmore than we have for primary. And I think it's been, again, a successful endeavor to have the right equipment and the right personnel to be able to make a difference out there. Second one here is trending. Oh boy, that's really skewed, isn't it? The trends for the year continued the same. So we had medical first response as 35% of our call volume, and motor vehicle collisions as the number one, with medical first response as number 2. After that, it's very similar in terms of the fire, vehicle fires, and other wildlands. Next. So same slide, just in a different format. Next. And this is our total 2025 calls for service. So this is the combination of all 4 quarters. And as you can see, medical first response and motor vehicles are number 1 and 2. Alarm bells, which is still an unfortunate trend. It does take time. We can't treat these as most of the time, and over 90%, 95% of the time, it's false alarms. But we have to treat each call like it is an actual fire. So it just means getting out motivated and getting out in a safe manner for our units. Fire wildland still up there. Investigations in vehicle fires and structure fires is 10 for the year. Just showing that as sort of a bar graph over the last 6 years worth of data now. So we've been tracking just some changes too. So in 2022, we started breaking out fire, other, and other into more granular categories. So example, lost and missing persons wasn't tracked separately before. Power pole fires and that type of thing wasn't done specifically before, but trying to get a more granular assessment of the types of calls that we're going for, with, again, the idea being that we're trying to have our training programs line up with the types of calls that is our bread and butter and our biggest ones. Next, just in terms of some of the stats, so for Q4, we had just under 1,150 total training hours, just under 500 certification training hours, and just under 300 hours of community event support. The highest regional training hours went to Box Springs with 337. And I won't go into the chart there. Data's there. If you guys have any questions, can do my best to go through it. Calls per station, again, Dunmore was the busiest. We also saw Box Springs as our secondary, so looking at kind of 2 main backup stations, Dunmore serving anything east, and Box Springs serving anything west as that sort of secondary call out. But we did see some just interesting trends in Elkwater. Not surprisingly, July and August, busier months out there during the summer and the additional people and the different calls that we get out there. However, this year we actually saw a fairly busy January out in Elkwater with some missing persons calls. Irvin, there's a number of calls for that. A lot of those are from a couple of addresses where there's some medical conditions at those. So we do see a lot of medical first response to a couple of addresses within Irvin, which tends to bump up our numbers quite substantially. Yeah, that's pretty good for that one. Other Q4 highlights, we supported Alberta Health Services and Search and Rescue. Sorry, question?
Yeah, there's a question.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, Joe, through the chair. Do you mind just with the missing person stuff, especially you alluded to in Elkwater and things, I heard a little bit about it, but I was wondering if you could, maybe even just elaborate a little bit on that, because I think that is a really good example of some of the things that we're doing with some of our coordination with Halo and different things like that, where, it kind of gets brushed in as a part of a bunch of different numbers, but can you share a little bit more about what that looked like and for all of council?
Sure. And actually, do you want to go 2 more slides ahead? Because I think, or actually, sorry, go one back. Yeah, the photo's there. Just go 1 more back too, because I think we do have a bullet kind of on it. Yeah, so the 3 search and rescue calls in the last couple of months, the one that Councillor Kerperwhite's referring to, started as a bit of an odd call. So RCMP was the lead agency in control of the incident. It originally came in a call for basically a medical distress, a patient that was with some potential self-harm. I was trying to find a nice way to walk around that. Thank you, Councillor Vossler. So yeah, we went to a very different call though. So the individual was out and not dressed for the weather, managed to get onto a cut line, quite honestly, in the middle, literally in the middle of nowhere. So we had search and rescue was out, RCMP, Alberta Health Services, and Halo was called. And we managed to locate the individual through use of a drone with IR technology. So we were able to see the heat trace, but it was actually quite challenging to get down to the individual, and at night and in a location that was difficult to land in. They made the decision to basically camp out overnight. So the top photo is halo on the ground the next morning when we finally managed to package and extricate the patient. But yeah, it was quite a situation. So good coordination. In fact, they've just completed an after action review on that one. Always some lessons learned and communication and coordination, and with that many agencies, who's got the lead. But I think the big thing on that for learning for us is when you think you're going to one kind of call, that can quickly morph into another call very quickly, or another type of call. So how do you have the training? How do you have the capability, the equipment that you need for whatever's going to come? So I think when our guys went out, they didn't know they were going to be camping out on the middle of side of well, I'll call it a mountain, but on the side of a hill overnight. It was quite an interesting scenario.
Mr. Hawk.
On your bottom, my left-hand corner of that vehicle, how fast was it going in that shop to get wrecked like that?
That's an example of our Hilda department came down to the Dunmore station to do vehicle extraction training. Extrication.
And back to page 76. You got fire haystacks, fire power pole structure, vehicles, wildland. What's other? 70.
Sorry, fire other?
Yeah.
Yeah, things that just didn't fall under. So that's numbers gone down substantially from when we start tracking. But yeah, dumpster fires is a good example. There's burn pits that have gotten out of control, but not into wildland. Could fall under other.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah. And just the last couple events that we managed to take part in. Oh, sorry, I'll go back to the others. There we go. So attended the Santa Claus Parade in Medicine Hat. Had one major structure fire. I think that was just off Wholesome Road, kind of on the western end of our boundary. Cypress County hosted the family Christmas party for emergency services families, and we supported Public Works, Utilities, and I'll talk about a bit more about this one in an emergency management update, the Walsh water outage event. And Station 7 did the candy cane run for the root cellar. So the top photo there on the left is the Christmas party, so the family Christmas party. The second one was the event we were talking about in Elkwater with the patient where we camped out overnight. The Hilda crew doing vehicle extraction training. That main structure fire is that one down in the middle there. Cloud Stamp, sorry, thank you, Councillor Vossler. And the last one is, and we'll just highlight that one a little bit too, as part of the enforcement services. Had a school bus collision out near Schuler. Just one of the mornings when the fog was intense and the road conditions were terrible. We had actually subsequent vehicle collisions. We were trying to get as much notice as we could, but we had a couple near misses brought in from our peace officer, some of the ones that Sarah was referring to. Everything's connected, because there was definitely high potential for further damage on that one. And we were sure doing our best to try and get traffic rerouted and slowed down, because people were not driving to the conditions. And we've really found that having our peace officer out on the road during these incidents has really paid off. He's able to control traffic in a much more direct fashion. And if we're not getting compliance, he can also write enforcement tickets, which is another way to get people to really slow down when they see the blue lights as opposed to the red. Moving over to enforcement, unless there's, any other questions on fire emergency services? Good. For enforcement services, so just a breakdown in the zones. So we had 4 sort of general county, 1 country residential, 2 in Dunmore, 1 in Hilda, 1 in Irvin, and 1 in Schuler for offenses put in. And the types of incidents, so 1 garbage bylaw complaint, a couple of road protection bylaw issues or warnings we put in, county property issues. I think that was more about unsightliness, dog attacks, dog running at large, a land use complaint, and an unsightly property bylaw issue. So the way that these are mostly coming in dispatch, so this is things that are happening kind of overnight, and we get the call out the next morning when we get in. We actually are changing, because we are changing providers of our dispatch, or not, sorry, potentially changing, we're looking at awarding our dispatch service contract, but changing the process so we'll actually be getting the information that evening and it's direct into his terminal. So the peace officers will have a much quicker method of getting some complaints in for after hours complaints instead of going through the answering service here. I think that's all that one. So back in the summer, we were trialing more of a interesting work schedule where we were having weekend shifts as well during the summer, which allowed Jason to get out, Peace Officer Schreiber to get out to some more community events and to be a bit more present. We've now, with the return to fall and winter, went back to the straight 8 to 4:30 Monday through Friday shift rotation. He does get to literally every corner of the county. We varied his schedule a bit so that you won't be able to time him, but he is hitting every part of the county every week. Done a lot more traffic safety control assistance with those big motor vehicle collisions and structure fires. And he had a chance to take part in the RCMP Cram the Cruiser for the local food bank as well, and helped out a lot in the Welsh water disruption event. Fall quarter active, range of complaints including dog attacks, dog at large, unsightly properties, unapproved shipping containers, and trespassing on county-owned property. Continue to monitor northwest portion for heavy truck infractions related to the ongoing solar project out that way, and conducted a weekly patrol of the area. Went up to do checks in Sandy Point Lake or Sandy Point Park and Cabin Lake, and then routine inspections of unsecured properties, any suspicious items within the county, and communication engagement with county residents. So has a lot of people stopping him pretty much any hamlet he goes into, and almost always positive, actually. It's been good feedback for Jason. I think that's about all. I already talked about the emergency services side of it, so unless there's any questions from council, we'll move on.
Mr. Hawk.
Through the chair to Al. With enforcement, after these big wins along Highway 1, we've seen quite a few of these big billboards that are attached to semi-trailers now upside down or on its side. Do we have any way of making them go back up and into proper? They're quite the sight now.
Through the chair, Planning and Development Services is aware of the concerns with the semi-trailers. Many of them along the Highway 1 corridor are overturned. We've touched base with the landowners to rectify, so currently working with them.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirby-White.
Thank you. And just actually in follow-up with Councillor or Deputy Mayor Hawk's question on that, do those even fall under licensed signage? Because that's one of the things that even when our earlier conversation, I've often thought is that you've got these big semi-trailers. I think they're parked there, but I don't know that they're even underneath of our signage bylaw or anything like that.
Yeah, through the chair, it's a great question. Our current land use bylaw adopted by council strictly prohibits the use of semi-trailers for signage to be posted. The trouble with it is it's difficult to enforce. So sometimes you have to kind of pick and choose what's priority. In this case, you're right around the Highway 1 corridor. It's the first entrance into the county. Sightliness is not great. So from an administrative perspective, we kind of triage each case and review them individually by merit.
Mr. Watt?
Yeah, Joe, I was just wondering, does our bylaw officer write summonses, tickets, speeding?
Thank you, Councillor Wong, for the question, and through the chair. Our appointment does include enforcement duties, so he can absolutely write speeding tickets. In fact, we just recently got our appointment modified so that he can write tickets on primary and secondary highways, so 1 and 2 digit highways. Before we could do that, but under a certain speed limit threshold, and now we can do it up to including over 100 kilometers an hour. So he is able to write tickets anywhere and everywhere. So our primarily up until now, we've been more focused on education and dealing with kind of complaints as they come in. The plan with a second peace officer, which we're actively recruiting for now, is that to give us some more time and space to be able to look at areas where we have concerns, whether that be speeding or unsightlies, or but to increase our enforcement in targeted areas.
Any other questions?
How are they monitoring the speed? Do they have the ability to run radar?
We do have radar in the cruiser, that's correct. Okay, my last page, just a one-pager on the emergency management update. So we provided an update to the Emergency Advisory Committee back in December. We also conducted a local authorities elected officials training completed for 5 members of council. And we had an event. So back on December 19th, we activated an instant command post and emergency coordination center to assist utilities with the Walsh water disruption event. So small activation, we only had an information officer, a planning section chief, a logistics section chief, and our finance section chief. So we were able to basically divvy out the extra tasks among those 4 individuals to assist the utilities group in getting that water back up and running in Walsh. We use the Alberta Emergency Alert System for the water disruption and the subsequent boil water advisory. So a big thank for our information officer for ensuring that that message got out to the affected individuals. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that? You only ran 10 minutes into our lunch break. That's not bad.
It's pretty good.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. We'll take our lunch break back at 12:40. All right, if we can get everybody to take their seats.
Looks like everybody's just jumping up and over.
It's okay. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. We're on to 11.1. Oh, wait a second. Oh, there he is. He's hiding in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. This RFD here today is the Dunmore Shelter Park area and trail area. The proposal here is that council consider an increase to the approved budget amount for the Dunmore Shelter Belt Park area project while leveraging available grant funding. Council previously approved $60,000 in 2024 budget from the Community Aggregate Payment Levy Reserve for improvements to the Dunmore Shelter Belt Park area project. This included the removal of dead trees, planting of new ones, and the replacement of the original irrigation system. The project was deferred while administration pursued potential funding through the FCM Green Municipal Fund grant opportunity. During this lengthy deferral period caused by waiting for the grant decision, county crews removed over 100 dead trees, specified new trees, and refined the new irrigation design to be ready. The county has since been approved for this grant funding in the amount up to a limit of $142,000, contingent upon matching municipal funding. Increasing the county's contribution would allow the full scope of the project to proceed while leveraging the available external grant funding. Benefits of proceeding with the increased budget include leveraging significant external funding, completing a more comprehensive and sustainable shelter belt park area improvement, and addressing long-term environmental infrastructure needs. Disadvantage include an increased draw from the cap levy reserve beyond the original approved amount. Maintaining the original approved $60,000 budget, representing the county's 50% portion, would limit the project scope and reduce the amount of grant funding that could be utilized. This would be achieved by reducing the number of trees and not compromising the irrigation system. I'll go over the cost breakdown for this project. Tree removals, which have been done already a year ago, and there could be some more. New trees to go in, and the protection of these new trees with cages around them, $100,000. Installation of the new irrigation system was $80,000. I included a contingency amount in this number of $20,000 with a total estimate of $200,000. So the breakdown of the funding here would be the Community Aggregate Payment Levy Reserve with the additional $40,000, totaling $100,000 would come out of the cap levy reserve. The grant would represent $100,000 for this project. The unallocated cap levy reserve balance before this allocation is $199,800. And made reference to the last resolution number 2024/375. FCM tree planting grant shelter belt was moved by Councillor Brost, and the resolution is that council direct administration to apply for grant funding through the Green Municipal Fund for the Dunmore Shelter Belt Irrigation System Replacement Project to include tree planting a program. Reference to the strategic plan in this case, by leveraging the available FCM Green Municipal Fund funding, reduces future reliance on municipal reserves and aligns with county's the county's balanced financial strategy by maximizing external revenue sources. Improvements to the Dunmore Shelter Belt Park area enhances recreation and environmental amenities within the hamlet, supports growth, community well-being, and long-term development. A recommendation from administration that council direct administration to increase the amount or the existing approved budget for the Dunmore Shelter Belt Park area improvement project from $60,000 to $200,000, representing $40,000 coming from the cap levy reserve and $100,000 from the Green Municipal Fund. Other options for council's consideration: that council directs administration to increase the Dunmore Shelter Belt Park area improvement project budget from $60,000 to $120,000. The increase of $60,000 would come from the Green Municipal Fund. And lastly, as council would direct administration accordingly. And there's any questions, I take that at a time.
Any questions? I think that's what we're waiting for, is to see what that grant money would come in at. Blaine, did you?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to increase the budget for the Shelter Belt program from 60 to 200,000, representing 40,000 coming from the cap levy reserve and 100 from the Green Municipal Fund grant. I think it's a very valid and well worth project to, you know, with the wind we've been getting, to help at some point to decrease the wind, plus beautify the area. I think it's well worth it.
Mr. Hawk?
I agree with Blaine, but one thing we really got to take into consideration is that on the west side of this is all gravel, in the gravel pit. And gravel is a non-renewable resource, so we know at some time down the road, transportation will be moving into their pit and crushing more. So we need these trees, we need that shelter to give Dunmore a buffer. Because even on the government's pit goes all the way to them trees. So somewhere down the line, we know that gravel's going to be taken. Might even be by the county at some time down the road, because there's lots there. But we need, I agree with the shelter belt. We need them trees and need them to grow to help beautify and stop the dust, wind, noise.
Yep. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. On to 11.2. Mr. Jacobs.
There we go. It's our privilege to bring the fourth quarter operational report today. To help us with that, we have Manager Doran Jensen representing the Utilities Department. And why do I do this every time? Andrew Collins, Manager of Operations. I think that's twice in a row. I got a mental block there. At this time, I'll call on Doran.
Good afternoon, Council. Through the chair, utilities report for the fourth quarter. We were able to complete annual sewer line cleaning in all of our hamlets. We also, after the lines are cleaned, we had all our lift station cleans as well after that. Did a couple of repairs in curb stop shutoffs in Suffield and 3 in Dunmore. And then we replaced the PLC. That acronym, if you're not familiar with it, is Programmable Logical Controller. It's basically, in simple forms, the brains of the plant. So the computerized portion of that. This PLC was obsolete. No parts or pieces or replacement parts could be replaced on that model. We're finding that they don't offer any tech support, and so it's just getting more and more to the point where we need to upgrade that. So that was done. Of note, some other plants with the same issue. We're doing Hilda this year. We'll probably keep picking away at those in years to come on those PLCs that are obsolete and they don't offer the support for those. South Dunmore Water Co-op, we continue to provide water testing under the agreement at full cost recovery for that co-op. Few incidents to report on in Q4. I just want to kind of backtrack here a little bit. So 2025 in the spring, we had a power surge at our 7 Persons lift station. It damaged the ATS, automatic transfer switch, that transfers normal power over to the generator power, backup power. So that's a long lead time piece of equipment. We're in the process of getting that fixed. Meanwhile, we thought if something happens, we'll just call the electrician out there. He'll manually unhook and hook up directly to the generator if we had a problem. Unbeknown to us at that time, the generator was also damaged in that, but we never ran the generator after that because we manually had to make that switch. December 17th, moving up in time frame here, December 17th, we actually had that windstorm that knocked out the power in 7 Persons. So now we actually have to do that, called the electrician out. He made the manual transfer over. We were able to keep the sewer down so we weren't flooding people and building up the sewage in the lines. But in the process of starting that generator up, it really, really sounded bad. So luckily we were able to run it long enough to avoid the problem. And normal power was back on. When we took a look, troubleshooting, analyzing that generator, there's like metal filings in the oil. So that generator was also badly damaged in that early 2025 incident. So we're in the process now of getting all those repaired. Incident 2 was a Walsh water main break. There is one section of line up 3rd Avenue by the kind of the fire hall there. This was not replaced. It was thought to be in okay condition in 2010 when we did all the lines in there, but that one street had lines, and so we left that. That's where that leak occurred at. Basically, we just followed proper protocol procedures. We're able to make the repair, get back a quick response to restore the water. It was a reportable incident to Alberta Environment and Parks. Third item, as per council direction, resolution, the Dunmore Wastewater Servicing Report was initiated. And really right now, they're just putting the last few comment summaries together. So that'll be coming to council in the near future here, anticipated for February. Stats. So really our stats are low. We had 10 calls due to the Walsh water main leak, but other than that, very little to report on for stats. They remain low. That's utilities report. If there's any questions.
Mr. Hawk.
The generator. So do we have to rent a backup now while you're fixing the other one? Because if there's filings in there, that must mean the engine is toast or... I
was really happy with how things went. Like these can be 20-25 week lag times to get these. Like we're talking huge lead times on these. We were able to secure a generator because of our force main project out there, that building got changed, natural gas got put into the building. And so we looked at diesel and natural gas, and we decided to go to natural gas. We were able to source a generator out really quick. It should, like, it's here in Coaldale, so it'll be installed within an upcoming month. And as part of that price, they supplied a standby generator until the new one is installed at no cost. So we were really, really thrilled about how that all played out. And so that'll be repaired here fairly shortly.
Thank you.
Dustin?
I'm glad you brought that up because I was actually going to ask that question. When I seen it the other day, with your plants that do have diesel standby generators, we can talk. I have a very good local supplier for them.
Okay. Yeah, we were, and of course, like if something does happen without that standby generator, then the sewage goes nowhere, right? So it was kind of a little bit of a panic, but we were able to get some good pricing, and just thrilled that we were able to get a generator that quick because it just happened to be the right size, voltage, etc. And otherwise, yeah, it would have been a long-term thing.
One of those it was meant to be things.
Yeah, well, we were grateful.
Any other questions? Oh, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. We've got the Q4 report here on transportation. We'll start into it here with industry projects and road impacts. We've still got the Jurassic Solar LP Northland Power, and that's located in special areas near the Jenner area. Project is ongoing with expected completion in July of 2026. And RUA compliance, conducting bi-weekly and monthly inspections on the roads, make sure everything's all in order there. Following up with well reclamation projects, reclaiming various gas wells in the urban area. Road use agreement obligations going well. Total road use agreements completed in Q4, we got 17 there. And total renewable projects, various stages, got still 9 solar projects and 8 wind projects. And just our general road maintenance, we still, just grading operations are ongoing as a part of routine maintenance. Plowing snow and sand as required throughout the winter. Obviously, this winter's been pretty easy on us, so which is all right. And been adjusting operator schedules to better manage our road operations. Then we got our undeveloped road maintenance and Texas Gate are being reviewed and revised for presentation to council. 2 grader operator positions filled. One was in-house, one was a new hire. Then we had Mr. Keith Rath, and he had just over 30 years of service with the county. So it's hard to see him go. But yeah, reviewed various oiled road sections to determine if they can be reverted back to gravel. 2 traffic counts completed. 54 sign repairs, installations throughout the county been done. And permits issued, I'm just going to go down to our highest there is our non-agricultural there, 242. And that's it. Everything gets put through road data there, and that's to do with any crane moves, over dimensional loads, any of that sort. Moving on to our aggregates. We got gravel crushing tender prepared for Lee and Stony Hill pits to increase our inventory. Compliance for our Class 1 designation renewal underway, and that's for the Lee pit. The Murray pit test holes, we completed them, and we're going to determine if we can get a final crush out of there before reclamation. So, and all of our survey quantities for all aggregate stockpiles for our annual inventory count has been also been completed.
Mr. Hawk?
Other people must have questions.
I'll just leave it to you.
Gravel hauling, when will we get a report back? We need more trucks. How that's all working out, if we're still getting others, are we putting that out for tender? How are we coming up with the rate? And that, because I followed up on that years ago when we went to a tender and then we bought our own trucks. Just seeing if we need more or how that's all going.
Through the chair, as it stands now, what we're doing is working well for us. But we can come back, I guess, with a report, more of a detailed report. For what's going on, it's working good for the county.
But you are hiring?
We are, yeah. We do both. We have our contractors plus our own 3 billy dumps as well in the midst.
And then them contractors, you're setting a rate or do
Yeah,
they
loaded ton kilometers. What's set?
The what?
Loaded ton per kilometer is how they get paid.
And how you come up with that rate?
That's through across what the province. We've been phoning out, and then we put out to see where everybody's at.
Okay.
And we took an average, I guess, off of that, Mr. Hawk.
Oh, Blaine?
I have a question too. Just curious, on the agriculture one, is that like mainly overweight loads or like the agricultural permits issued?
Oh, yeah, that's just to do with our yes, overweight, anything that's
hay or whatever.
Yeah, hay, cattle, grain, any of that.
It's just good to see. Sorry to interrupt, but it's just good to see that there's actually guys, if they know they're doing some heavy hauls, that they're getting permits and being proactive. So that's good.
Yeah, no, and that's their only accessible route is going across the band roads, right? So.
Right. Okay. Perfect.
Mr. Hawk?
Back to signs. Our emergency exit signs on the highways, how are we coming along with that? For Dunmore, 7 persons for our emergency vehicles entering the highway. They did put up some wee little ones that we didn't. You could hardly see. There any progress made on that?
I'll leave that to Mr. Cartwright there.
So we did through the chair, did make contact with Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors. They were kind enough to put in, or they charged us for the signage at Box Springs, so that ones have been upgraded, but haven't seen direction, and we are to the standard at Dunmore and at 7 persons, unless directed otherwise.
I've seen it in other places where they're nice big ones, emergency vehicles entering, not the little 1 foot by 1 foot that you can't see. So I guess that's what I'm after, because I hate to see an accident with our fire trucks that entering these highways over transportation, not realizing that there is other places that they're up. Emergency vehicles entering highway, and they're a decent size, so. Just wondering where we're at with that.
I don't think I have anything further on that one right now. No.
Continue on with our transfer sites. Routine maintenance activities at the transfer sites are ongoing and completed. Submitted e-waste and paint through Alberta Recycling Management Authority. And just below there is a chart there of a daily or a monthly count. As you can see, our Dunmore transfer site is the highest there, most activity in there. So. And then through our transportation inquiries, I'm just going to go down to our highest one there was road concerns here in the 4th quarter, and that's typical washboard, snow drifts, any of that sort, icy conditions. So not too high. And then moving on to fleet. We got the last two of 2025 vehicles were received and are in service for the agriculture and utility departments. 87 repairs completed, 59 services completed, and 9 commercial vehicle inspections completed. And the fire tablet program installation has also been completed there. And that brings me to the end of my report. You guys got any questions?
I think they already got asked.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You remembered his name?
Thank you. I'll just carry on with facilities. This has been a big focus of ours this year, and getting systems in place. A few points here of what we've been up to for the fourth quarter. I've been really working on the facility across the road where the old house was, and getting that facility ready for office space. That was completed, and renovations in there included paint and flooring and the minor stuff like that. No structural changes there. One of the improvements of last year through our security was changing the security gates into the yards, the north and south yard, and including some of the lights upgrades for our security. And that has been done, except for a few of the lights are still yet to be done. Elkwater Fire Station lighting, we did some improvements around the facility there. And we facilitated on behalf of emergency services C-can delivery and set up for extra storage space. One of the issues out in Irvin with the resource center after a few years that had gone by was the impacts of the drainage from the roof to the lane was causing some issues of how the water was shedding off that lot. So we did some improvements to the back. I call it more deficiencies from the design, that we added some downspouts and redirected water there to away from the lane to bring to the front of the property. So that is fixed. Excuse me. Working on facility condition assessment with the asset management coordinator, and we're trying to get a real synergy between developing plans for 2027 and up, so we can present to council with good detail and good data for making the decisions. Also, the administration building, we had a leak and it was repaired. So, any questions on the facilities part? Okay. Next slides are just to go over the carryover projects from 2025. And these are 2025 projects that were kind of stalled out in a way, whether it's land or environmental. So the Black and White Trail project included a bridge-sized culvert, which is funded by, majority funded by Alberta Transportation. It's out for tender now, and it's closing on the 5th. This is January, so I haven't seen many tenders out. We have had 2 tenders come back this last week with 15 bidders. Normally we see 6. So timing of the year and being prepared for the year makes a big difference when these projects get out. 8 major bridge repairs. These include removing the girders and dealing with rotten caps underneath the girder. And these ones were to extend the life of these structures so they don't go right to replacements. These bridges are $1.5 million. So if we can avoid replacement by doing proactive repairs, these 8, we push the curve down into the future instead of dealing with them all at once. So this has been awarded to Volker Steven, and they're just working on the start of construction and be moving to each one of them, and they'll be notified through our communication department if there's any detours required. Robinson Coulee, council recalls, this one came over budget and was brought back to council, and it was directed to decrease the limits and to work within that budget, which we did, and the project has been awarded. to Bullen Construction, and we'll just wait till the spring till that starts, working with the landowners because there's lots of high back slopes there to deal with land. The 120 intersection illumination complete. That project got completed at the end of the year, so you'll notice in the evenings the lit up intersections at the safety value for that road. And the Suffield water supply line and pump station, this one is our big one. It's still ongoing. Water line's been installed, tested, passed, all good, in place. Reservoir's been completed. It's underneath that facility there, the pump house. The shell's been completed. At this stage, it's all internal components. So this is going to take more or less into Q3, so about 6 months from now. I'll move to the 2026 projects that give a little update on that and how we're coming along. Township Road 120 grading, this one included a bridge-sized culvert. It's currently in the design stage and hopefully be out to tender next week. These next 3 projects, we grouped them together they're all similar in nature. We grouped them together to save costs on tendering and managing to get the best price. These are going good. The Hilda one surprised us a little bit with, our assumption was to do an overlay, but there was probably 2 inches of gravel underneath the asphalt resulting, and that's why it was breaking. So we're doing a proper job there. We're just adjusting the limits and the scope of the work to meet the budget for that one.
Mr. Hawk?
How many tons of asphalt with them 3? Just curious.
For which one?
All 3 combined.
I got a calculator I could tell you.
Never mind.
I'll follow up with you and give you the exact tonnage for each one. Thank you. And I'll just move to the buildings and facilities. The Urban Community Sports Arena upgrades has started the preliminary design phase. So this process will take a few months, and at that point we'll have the scope refined down, a plan, and a cost estimate. So at that time we would be bringing that to council at that time because this is a unique project. In a small project in our capital is just a roof replacement. We are looking at metal roof up here instead of the shingles. We're just seeing how we think we can get it under that project budget. And if we do, we're going to go ahead with that metal. So, and this last slide, I just wanted to highlight the 2025 projects that were completed through the CAP levy program. The Desert Bloom Playground installed new equipment there in the next phase. The Cabin Lake Campground, we replaced 2 washroom facilities. And the Sandy Point Campground, we replaced the potable water reservoir. And Irvin Arena, the emergent ice plant repairs were completed. And the Diamond Jubilee Recreational Center facility. So, any other questions?
Anybody have any questions? You're off the hook. Thank you. Okay, we're on to 12.1.
Thank you, through the chair. Before you, we have bylaw 2026-03 title amendments. The purpose of this bylaw is to seek council approval of the title amendments bylaw, which updates references to elected and administrative titles within the selective active bylaws the county has. Administration has reviewed applicable bylaws and prepared a housekeeping bylaw to standardize any terminology. The effective bylaws are identified in Schedule A of the attached bylaw. The proposed amendments are administrative in nature and do not alter intent, authority, or application of the affected bylaws. Section 4 of the bylaw expressly confirms that any amended title retains the same powers, duties, and authorities as the title it replaces unless otherwise provided. There's no financial implications to this. Yeah, and then reference to strat plan, strategic plan is to initiative supports effective governance, legislative clarity, and sound administrative practices. So before you is the bylaw. Administration is recommending that council pass all 3 readings of this bylaw. It's basically, yeah, the schedule's attached, and it would just be updating some of those titles in the bylaw and nothing else. If not, we'd ask for first reading of the bylaw, and we could bring it back.
Okay, Keith is moving first reading. Oh,
No, I was just gonna move it. Keith did it, that's fine.
yeah, I just heard him mumble it before I looked up. Sorry.
I'll move it.
Vote on first. No, I heard you. Shane. Michelle's moving second. Any questions on it? Vote. Oh, sorry, first was carried. Shane. Second's carried. I need a motion to have third unanimous consent. Lloyd is moving that. Vote. That's carried. Somebody, Blaine's moving third. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we're on 12.2.
Thank you through the chair. Before you is administration is seeking approval from council to rescind policy CO9 distribution of minutes. It was established back in 2014 and it provides direction on the preparation and distribution of council minutes. Upon administrative review, it has been determined that the intent and requirements of this policy are already governed by higher legislation or existing municipal bylaws. The distribution, availability, and management of council minutes are comprehensively addressed in the following authorities. Section 2A of the Municipal Government Act sets out legislative requirements regarding municipal records, including council minutes. Section 21 of the Procedure Bylaw, which provides for procedural direction on the recording, approval, and circulation of the minutes. And then also in the CAO Bylaw, which assigns responsibility to the CAO. Together with these 3 pieces of legislation, it's clear. As a result, policy COU 9 does not provide additional governance value beyond what it's already established. Administration is recommending that council rescind policy CO9 distribution of minutes as a subject matter sufficiently addressed through existing legislative bylaws and authorities. Is there any questions?
Do you have any questions on it? Lloyd's moving it. Not seeing any questions. Vote. Carried. 12.3.
Hi, Council. Thank you through the chair. I am presenting to you the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Public Member Appointment. Due to the recent changes of the SDAB bylaw, the Council is requested to appoint an additional public member to ensure compliance with the updated governance requirements. So back in October, when we had our annual organization meeting, Council decided to appoint 1 councillor and 2 public members to the SDAB. but this no longer meets the updated requirements. As a result, council is required to appoint an additional public member to ensure compliance with the new bylaw. At the present, the board is comprised of 2 public members and a third member is necessary to align with the revised governance structure. In bylaw 2026-01, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board states council shall appoint up to 4 individuals to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. This decision-making process aligns with the strategic plan commitment to effective organization and inclusive community representation. So council is recommending to appoint Tabitha Sept as a public member of the SDAB, or council can appoint, direct us accordingly if you want us to republish it and get more applications.
Michelle.
I will move that council appoints Tabitha Sept as a public member to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, but I do have a question. Tabitha was picked because she's already trained. Is that why? And it didn't go out? Okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, Tabitha does already have her certification, so there wouldn't be any extra cost in appointing her to the board aside from when meetings occur.
Makes sense. Any questions on it? Keith?
So, through the chair, is this a one-year thing? So that next October we do this process again, right?
To my understanding, as of current, yes. I believe that there might be talk about doing a 3-year term just because that's when training is valid for every 3 years. But as of right now, it is a yearly appointment.
Robin, did you have something?
Yeah, so we're adding her. So who is all on that committee right now then? Is there, this is in addition to other members that are already on it?
Yes, so currently we have Todd Reed and Della Burkett. They were appointed back in the organizational meeting that we had. So this is just appointing that third member. But yeah, Todd Reed and Della.
The 3 that we need.
3 is the minimum that we need to ensure quorum. As we can appoint a 4th member as well, though.
Okay.
Any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. 12.4.
Thank you through the chair. Before you, we have the Q4 legislative and services and communications update for council. Can you just click on the mouse on the screen? Yeah, the purpose of the report is to provide council with a quarterly overview of ledge services and communications, demonstrate compliance with legislative requirements, monitor department's performance, and ensure alignment with the strat plan and governance. Executive summary is to align it with the strat plan, manage bylaw policy and updates to ensure legislative compliance, oversee boards and committee appointments and orientation, address emerging legislative priorities and prepare for the upcoming quarter. Council committee support. So in October 27th, we had our annual org meeting. November 4th was orientation and training. November 10th was additional training, Ag conference, RMA conference. You all know, most of you were there. Then before you see, for the 4th quarter, we had 3 that were passed, 2 were pending, 2 repealed, and 1 was in draft. Policies, just because it was just after the election and with all the training and stuff, only 1 was new or amended. And yeah, this was, I guess the election was back in there. Maybe I'll turn this over to Sean.
So we had the election on October 20th. We had 13 staff running, ran 5 voting stations. Everything ran extremely well. Voter participation. So we had, in the end, registered voters 5,703. Only 1,052 voters, which is at 18.4% turnout. But notably, with 4 councillors acclaimed, you can compare that to other election years where, like in 2021, we had 1,673, but there was 3 councillors acclaimed, so we had 6 elections to run. So not necessarily the percentage, because that percentage with that 5,703, that's the total of voters in the entire county, even the ones who wouldn't have voted due to their councillors being acclaimed. So just put that in there for some context for previous years. And yeah, that was the election. Communications report. Social media, and I always, whenever I stand here and talk about this, I note always expect things to go down eventually. Things being up is because we have major incidents. That's the bulk of the engagement and whatnot. We are a service. So I would love it if things went down one quarter, because that would mean we didn't have as many, scary things happening or major incidents happening. But regardless, the Facebook page was up 0.1%. Fire services was up 32.6%. We had a couple events there. Instagram up 56%, LinkedIn up 7%, YouTube down 17.8%. All we do on YouTube at this point, at the moment, is these council meetings. So didn't have as many of them during that span. As far as our top social media posts, you can see there again. So things where there's major incidents provide the bulk of the interactions on our social media. 79,000 views for that October 10th event in Elkwater. Always great engagement whenever we have the Farm Family of the Year. When we're looking for nominees for that. Other projects, internal newsletter, that's continued. We did do the information stuff for the emergency in Walsh, putting out the alerts, and lots of little projects like little cards and nameplates and stuff like that. Yeah, advertising, the usual back page ad on the Courier. A couple other ads as well that I haven't included here. That we had one in the Prairie Post and whatnot. Just regular stuff, and again, regular media relations. Thanks to media currently watching. We appreciate your contributions to reporting what's going on here. Any questions?
No, I think
Wonderful.
you covered it all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're on 12.5 PEP. Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, PEP has a Yeah, PEP has a fundraiser on February the 9th, and Keith and I sit on that board, and I'm requesting that Cypress County sponsor a table at that board, at that fundraiser, for $1,000 for a table of 8. If we don't support these organizations, then I would ask, why do we belong to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this is even a bigger conversation too on, we've got the Bread and Roses, we've got different events, and I think that especially, Councillor Proctor, you're on the PEP committee already as well, and so I'd be kind of curious to know, and perhaps our legislative supervisor can give us some direction on whether we have any policies that allow us to automatically kind of qualify to attend specifically, or if we need to bring something forward that allows us to identify certain events. I know this one's short term, so this is kind of a conversation we're having right now specific to PEP. But I think that, things like the state of the city address or the mayor's address, it'd be great if we had actual events where council had a table that we could actually go to and be a part of and participate. The Bread and Roses is a part of the women's shelter, and there's probably a half dozen different things like that where if council showed up in mass, that would be great, and we have contributed to it. And I think that it's not as much about whether we're willing to support it. It's about how do we identify which events are worth prioritizing and going to as council, and then which ones do we have policies potentially that would allow us to be perhaps reimbursed for a ticket if it's just yourself and say Councillor Ritz that want to go to this one. We can do individual tickets versus the whole table. And I'm just kind of curious what council's position would be on kind of a policy that helps to deal with this versus just one-offs.
Mr. Reeve? Through the chair to Councillor Kerwin and to all of council, we do have some policy guidance, and I'll clarify for council that currently policy is that individual members who sit on a particular committee are authorized to attend the functions of that committee, whether it's a conference, whether it's a dinner, whether it's the meetings, and are pre-authorized for whatever the compensation is for that particular mileage, et cetera, et cetera. Anything other than that, policy is quite clear, has to come back to council for authorization. One other point of clarity is we currently give $9,700 a year as our annual membership fee as well. Just to add that, everyone's aware of exactly what we spend on PEP on an annual basis. But to the policy question itself, if you sit on a committee that council has appointed you through the organizational meeting, and a committee has events, you are under policy, you are automatically pre-approved to attend those events and to receive compensation for those events.
Yeah. Mr. Hawk?
Regards with this PEP one, I have contacted Ally to see, I don't care, I'll buy my own ticket because I want to go. The big conversation there, the Premier will be there, is to do with veterinarians and the retention of veterinarians, and they got a scholarship program. We have brought the lack of veterinarians up as motions at RMA, as resolutions, at ASB, as resolutions. It's a very good topic. They'll be discussing it there. So if I got to buy my own ticket, I'll buy it because I would like to attend it under them because it's going to be very informative, I feel. We had discussions, and I know, Dan, you even know somebody where some of these counties now or areas are doing for some of these vets coming out of college, they'll pay part of their tuition or their loans, student loans.
Throughout the whole year.
For if they stay for so many years, they get so much paid back.
Every year.
Out of their...
They get a scholarship yearly.
No, I'm not talking scholarship. I'm talking once they graduate, their loan reduction to stay, let's say, in Peace River. It has nothing to do with scholarship. If they stay there for a year or two, they get so much money paid back on their loans, on their student loans.
At the last meeting, what we discussed was that we would do a scholarship for every year, not just the first year as well. So what you're speaking of is over and above the actual scholarship.
Yes, or it's above in scholarships, and where the really lack is, where a lot of these communities are the big, large animals. The problem with some of the scholarships and that, they go get their vet there, but they stay in small animal and into the cities. Where we're looking at rural municipalities, the large animal vets are what we really need, and especially in these remote areas.
And there's nothing, Yates, that's a whole nother subject. They ask right now is for the funding to go for this. And I'm along with what Robin said, like I've been quite a few times to the women's shelter, and I've never come in here and asked for the funding for it. I bought my own ticket. I know Richard was with me, he bought his own ticket. There's so many asks that we can have for all of everything that we're doing and everything we're involved with. Nothing against, and don't get me wrong, there's nothing against it, but if you're, like what Shane said, he wants to go to it, buy the ticket and go. Like, you don't have to come here and ask for it, you can buy and go. Plain.
So along with that, and I'll comment on what we contribute already to PEP. So my concern with it is that there was not a formal ask from the organization. It was more of a advertisement, giving you the opportunity to do it if you would like. If we were going to do it, it should have been more of a formal ask to contribute and invite the council to come. So I think that it should be just done herein as far as we contribute. Those that are on the committee go and they'll get compensated. Anybody else wants to go can buy our own ticket.
Perhaps we should have a show of hands as to who wants to go.
Hold on. Keith?
Yeah, I've had a few conversations with this project with Reeve Dirksen and where they want to go with this. And well, and I kind of struggle because I've kind of promoted the dinner low key, but I think the bigger ask is down the road when we consider whether we want to contribute to the scholarship fund. And perhaps right now is not the time to ask for that. It's let's maybe see what this fundraiser does, what the response is. I think it's going to be really, really good. There's quite a few thousands of dollars committed already. And I think there's probably 200 people that have bought tickets to the event. And I think it's we have to look at it and to see, or I would like to look at it and see if we could contribute to the scholarship fund itself. I know there is safeguards that I have talked to Reeve Dirksen about in relation to, first of all, funding it up front, but also the aspect of debt reduction after the fact when they set up shop in the various communities. And hopefully we can attract some to Cypress County and the area, because I think this is something that affects some of us around the table, and it affects our industry, and it affects our county. I think it's a thing that we need to consider, and it would be a benefit to us. To me, the major ask is not the dunch, even though I did kind of push it. The major ask will be down the road, which I would like to bring forward at a later date.
And that, again, I'm back to, that is a different topic that'll have to be brought forward. The ask right now is the table there. I have Michelle and then I have Al.
I'm kind of on Blaine's page. We get so many of these. If we were to attend, like if we buy a table at PEP for 1,000, then we're going to should buy a table at all of them. And because we're on those boards, you and Keith are on the board, you guys should go. Shane can buy his own ticket. And I think that's my opinion.
Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm going to offer an adversarial position. I'm not a scaredy cat. I think all of these things have been good points, excellent points. I am going to suggest, though, that one very important thing has been left out of this conversation that I think needs to be discussed by council. This is not just the PEP sponsorship. This is not just a table at PEP. This is an opportunity to get in front of the Premier. Premier's at this event. The scholarship is, to me, that's down the road at some other point, $1,000. What's it worth to get 5 minutes of FaceTime with Premier Smith? I don't know if you will, but if you're not there, you won't. I'm not thrilled about spending money, and I agree, we can't buy a $1,000 table at every event that pops up, but how many events is the Premier sitting at? I was asked many, many, many months ago by this council, well, when should we go see a minister? And I said, any chance you get to stand in front of a minister or cabinet member, you take that opportunity. I don't know if you're going to get an opportunity to speak to the Premier, and I'm only offering this as a suggestion that should be part of the conversations. What is it worth for this council to have several council members who maybe get 1 minute, 5 minutes, 20 minutes of FaceTime with the Premier? I'm not suggesting you should or you shouldn't. I'm just suggesting that needs to be part of the debate. Is time with the Premier?
Okay, first I got Robin and then Gary.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Echoing what CEO Hogan just said, I think that it comes down to, there are times where you look at our schedule and there are good events and there are not so great events. Recently, we had an event in Lethbridge that was a networking event that cost money. We had hotels, and it wasn't really a great bring something home event. And it cost significantly more than what this one would be. And I think that the big thing is that there will never be a day where I support us saying to Shane or to Dan or to Blaine, pay for your own ticket. If you're going as a county representative, we have to respect our time and what we put out there as well. And with that comes the expectation that you're showing up as a representative of Cypress County. And so you're going to do the best job that you can to represent the county. And so although I appreciate the willingness to pay for our own tickets and get in there, I think that if the meetings, if as individual councillors, we recognize that we have a responsibility to serve our public. If we feel it's important enough for us to be there, I will always support my colleagues in recouping that ticket cost. But at the same time, just like they expect me to bring back value, I want to see them going and doing the best darn job that they can to advocate. As Al just said, if we can get in front of the Premier, that's great. What does that do from an advocacy side? If we're just sitting at a table and we're just writing a ticket and a donation, that's one thing, but can we make this something great, and how can we leverage that event or that opportunity to do bigger and better things? So, yeah, anything that, if councillors feel like it's important for them to go, I think it's important that we support our colleagues and get things done.
Gary?
Yeah, I recognize what you're saying about all the...
Turn your mic on.
About all the people that are lined up looking for money. I've lived this my whole life. The women's shelter, while it's a great place, is not directly affiliated with Cypress County, whereas PEP is working on things that affect the people of Cypress County. And my stand is, if I'm going to sit on a board, I intend to do a good job, I intend to support the board, or I'm going to ask council to have me removed from that board and put me someplace else if I don't believe in it. And so that's kind of where I stand. I did talk to Al as soon as this transpired, because I realized it was short notice. Then I said, if Cypress County decides that they are not going to support a table, I myself personally am going to sponsor a table. And I have sponsored a couple of items for the silent auction as well.
I need a motion. We can discuss all day long, but I need a motion to work off of. Are you making a motion?
Yeah, so I think that the initial point that Al made was that policy currently allows for individuals that are part of the committee to go. My motion, I'm not, do we have enough people that would want to go to warrant a table, or are we just going to have a half full table? I would say that if we have enough individuals that want to go, that it warrants getting an entire table, great. If we only have 4 or 5 people that want to go and it's and the individual tickets are better, like I would say that councillors that want to attend this event have the opportunity to do it and their tickets be reimbursed. That's what I would say. I don't think, like, if I were to go, which I probably won't, but if I were, I wouldn't be charging a per diem for something like that, per se. That would definitely, you know, increase that cost to the county significantly, but,
That's part of it, though.
well, sometimes, you know, if I go to the women's shelter, I'm not charging a per diem on it. I would be happy to do it, you know, so like that might be where we have to have further conversation on what the policy is. If you're on the committee, that's one thing, because there's almost like a committee representation and board type of activity that kind of comes with it. Well, what's that, sorry?
Are you making a motion?
Well, I was trying to find my way to it, but I'll withdraw it and you can do it.
No, you just make a motion and then go. Blaine?
And I agree with everything that Robin said there, because that was what I'm asking for a little clarification, because that we do have 2 members that sit on that committee. Will they not be reimbursed if they're going to that anyway? Was my point originally. So, I mean, and I'm okay with Robin's motion as far as, you know, if anybody else wants to go, we should maybe pay for it. That's okay, but we're not I don't believe in paying for $1,000 table and 2 of you show up that are getting paid anyway. So that's kind of what my point was.
It's a rough one, because I don't believe it's fair that 2 people that are on the board get paid to go to the board and somebody else shows up that's representing Cypress County to be there and they don't get paid for it either.
No, so to clarify what I just said, though, I think that we should pay for anybody else that wants to go. That's what Robin was saying, right?
Paying for their ticket.
Pay for their ticket. Yeah, not the, yeah.
Somebody make a motion.
Well, I've been listening. I say my motion would be that our 2 members go. We buy them the tickets, we reimburse them. If Shane wants to go, we should buy his ticket too. He's a member of council, he's going there as a councilman. And I just think it's right. I'm not into the $1,000 table because not enough of us, like Robin said, are gonna go. I'm not going, he's not going. I got other plans, but, you know, if the members want to go, gladly support you. And anybody else that wants to go, I would gladly support them. So I'm saying right now 3. Anybody else wants to, before I make the motion, we'll make it 4. But right now, the 3 members want to go, we'll pay the expenses. You can word it however you want.
With the policy to come forward later on.
For clarity, the policy clearly dictates or indicates that any approval outside the boards and committees that you're appointed to must be approved by council. So a motion today, for example, to say that any councillor who would like to attend will have their ticket paid for, that a simple motion like that would suffice. You could limit it to 1 more person, or you could just say any councillor who would like to attend, their ticket would be paid for.
Okay. Scratch that. Any counselor. Everybody knows what you're voting on? Vote.
We would also ask that anybody who is interested get a hold of Ally or Leslie Ann as quickly as possible. That's on Monday. So we would need to get tickets arranged fairly quickly. I think it's already, because already I know that the deputy mayor wanted to attend, but anybody else, if there is anybody else, just let us know as even by the end of the day if you can.
Gary's got a ticket for him. All right, that's taken care of. What are we on to here? 14, correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, members of the council, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Just a couple of things today. The Alberta Care Seminar, anybody interested in attending it, there is some information on that as registration. We did get a thank you about the Medicine Hat Agricultural Bond Spill. Thank you from that. And season's greetings from Ronald McDonald House for 2025.
Any questions?
Yep.
Surprise.
Surprise, surprise. To our CEO, Al. through through the mayor. I think we should send somebody there to it from staff. It might be good to have somebody on staff with knowledge about landfills and waste, even from our transfer stations, and might be something educational. And it's just in Brooks. Just a thought.
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor, I wouldn't disagree with you at all that I think it would be a worthwhile conversation to have, particular in light of other conversations we're having. I think the only issue for councillors is this is RMA week. I would certainly recommend that Mr. Jacobs or somebody in his department, and in this case, I would probably suggest Mr. Jacobs himself would attend. So I absolutely think that's I think that would be a good idea to have somebody attending for sure.
Okay, well, that's up to you and your staff. So if you want to put, Shane said if you want somebody to go, so.
We'll put together something from staff. I think I'm not sure why Alberta Care would have this at the same time as RMA, but if there is a councillor who would like to attend, particularly one of the two councillors who sits on the Waste Commission, I would think that would be valuable as well. I don't want to put anybody in the spot, but we will certainly send an administrator and yes, for someone who might not be attending convention.
No eyes are on you, Mr. Hunt.
That kind of singled you out down
Okay. That's voted in. Lloyd will be there. On to mayor and council report. Okay, I don't have too much for this. Well, I do have a couple things. So one is how do I put this? We need to send forward a letter to the province for the near future for that emergent care that was said that it was going to be in Cypress County. I've got a little bit of word that we should send a letter in saying that we have a spot for it, we have some land for it. Would help it get its placement here, and it needs to be done rather quickly.
That's good.
So that's one thing. When we're done these, we should have a motion to get that letter done and send it up this week. The other thing was a meeting in Elkwater. I don't know how polite I want to be on open camera, but I've had enough of Peter Swain's lying and carrying on. And I mean, it was pathetic on Sunday. The beating around the bush and the lying, and you guys heard at lunchtime, our MLA actually did call him out on a few things because he was lying to the ratepayers, such as saying that we had control if there was a fire out there and Cypress County could step in and do stuff. It's absolute crap that we've been going on with this for this many years, and the person keeps getting away with it and prolonging and causing this. You guys all seen the letter we got back from the minister, and I do believe that Al and I are going to construct a letter from this meeting and send it back up to the minister, because all I hear, and I'll say it and get in trouble for it, but all I hear at the provincial level is bullshit from this guy. And the truth is not coming out. And I did step forward and say that he was lying. I said it right out in front of the ratepayers and said, we are not able to do what he is saying. And then Justin Wright stepped up and straightened it out too. So the ratepayers do see what's going on, but our government doesn't see it because they're not in it and they don't see. So we're going to have to do another letter up there. But it was very, very frustrating to listen to him talk again on Sunday. But I'll leave it at that. If Lloyd wants to add more or if Al wants to add more to that topic, I'll let them kick into it.
Through the mayor to council, a couple of concerns that I have, and I've indicated to both the mayor and to Councillor Want, is and we were told at the meeting that the agreement with the landowner is imminent. Watching how this thing has progressed, and I've been here just a little over a year now, and I've watched this in the year I've been here, and this has been going on for many years prior to my arrival. I am concerned that if we do move ahead and we get to the actual construction phase of the road, I'm worried that the way things have gone, we could be left we could be left looking bad. If there's any kind of a glitch in the building of the road, if there's any kind of an issue, I think the way things have gone is we are likely to be we're likely to become the scapegoat, and I'm not sure the county wants to be in that position. Just I'll remind council as well, there is no money budgeted for that road in this year's budget. There hasn't been money budgeted for that road for several years. So when and if we do get to go ahead, we'll be coming back to council for a budget amendment for the $200,000. It is a capital project. It would be a new build, so it would clearly be a capital project, and it would have to come back to council for a debate as to amend that particular part of the budget. Where it would come from, I couldn't say today. It's not really an issue, but it would have to come back for debate. I would also suggest, and I'm just asking the question, and of course it's always a level of service question, but we are about to, if we go down that road, throw a couple of $100,000 or $250,000 at a provincial park issue, while the province is continuing to increase all of our rates and fees and requisitions. I remind everybody that we're going to pay $1.4 million next month for policing. Up from 5 years ago when we paid $165,000. So we continue to give to the province while the province continues to take. And I just, I think that should be part of the conversation. If council determines that's a service level they'd like to provide, we'll go build that road, no problem. But I want, I think we need, all cards need to be on the table if we're to go spend a couple $100,000 on this road that really is a provincial park responsibility. And when I see how long this has taken to get to this point, I'm concerned as to where we'll end up. If something goes wrong with the road build itself, and I couldn't even imagine what that would be at this point, but I just wonder if there's ever a point in which we just extricate ourselves and say thank you, but no thank you.
Lloyd, you might as well start with yours.
Yeah, jump ahead. My report, it's just going to be on elk water. Anyways, I was so glad, and I'm glad that Joe and Alan and Dan came. And I'm glad that Justin Wright came. It took a long time to get the executive out there to put this together and help them with it and get the right people there. They were supposed to invite Danielle Smith, and I knew she wasn't going to come, but I said they would probably send somebody down. And Peter talked them out of it. When the president of the association phoned Peter about it, he said, "Oh, you don't need to bother Premier's office. I'm coming with all my experts," is what he told him. So he didn't send a letter or invite anybody from Edmonton. Justin Wright said, "No, I'm coming." So that was good. But the whole time he talked, he never mentioned once the county. He was talking about an evacuation plan and showing the routes and saying, yep, there's going to be a man here, going to be a man up there, going to direct the traffic. And not once mentioned the Elkwater Fire Department or any other part of the county fire department where the manpower is going to be needed, like checking cabins. He wants to put a crush absolutely on the siren that they've been asking for years. He gave some lame excuse that it only makes a noise, you can't communicate, and yet there was I think there was 3 people that stood up and said they wanted it and named examples. Why? Because Canada Day, the cellular tower went down. It was a nice day. You couldn't even pump water. because their water plant runs on the cellar. And so there would have been no alert sent if something would have happened. And I know that's the second time that tower has gone down because it went down when I used to work there. So anyways, now he wants to start a committee and have the Elkwater Community Association sit on it and have their president chair it. And it's just a scam and the stall for time. And they have no authority, no power, and they're not really told what they're going to do, but just get together and yik yak. And I was going to ask him about the manpower, but Joe advised me that the county is having a table talk in March with the park, right? And that's all going to come up, but he has no intentions of communicating with this council at all. So I've always supported the road. I think it's good. I think it should be done, but I don't think if he's got anything to do with this, getting it going, and I think Al's right. It's time to either put up or shut up with the road. And I think he got the message. Whether it gets through, I doubt it, but.
Dustin, you want to start?
That's a hard act to follow. Not much for me. Me and Councillor Proctor attended the Seven Persons Community Association meeting, and I think that was about it for me.
No excitement?
No excitement. No fist thrown. Nothing too bad.
Robin?
Yeah, that was that's a tough one to follow. Just the Foothills Little Bow and the RMA meet and greet. It was nice to see some of the new staffers and the positions with RMA. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet start for the January.
Keith?
So I went to the RMA meet and greet and the Little Bow meeting in Lethbridge. I attended the Ag Service Board convention in Edmonton. I rather enjoyed this one. One of the things on Friday night was they had local home-based businesses out of the northeast part of the province. And it was really, really interesting just talking to each one of the people that had a business on their farm that was extra, from honey to pottery, furs and feather, ice cream, ice cream guy.
That's all you remember.
And then there was a lady that grew garlic and a lady that had mushrooms with some really interesting remedies for some rather complex diseases. So I just found that really interesting. So then Thursday the 29th, I attended the CWA meeting, and that was an interesting meeting. They just chose a new CAO last fall, so things are in a very big state of reorganization. And then that evening I went to the grain cleaning meeting down at the 1122 seed cleaning plant. And there is not a whole lot of optimism at the moment. There's some ultimatums being tossed around, and we'll see where that goes in the next 6 months. Other than that, council today.
Thank you. Shane?
Went to the Ag Service Board convention in Edmonton. Like he said, it was a good one and quite interesting. Had a lot of good speakers and topics. I really enjoyed it. Went to the mayor's address at the lodge. It was nice to see that Cypress County wasn't mentioned in the speech. We I thought maybe we'd, the tri-party, with Red Cliff and Cypress, working together would be mentioned, but it wasn't. And that's about it. I'll be bringing the rest up in closed session about the landfill.
Michelle?
I was at the Foothills Little Bow and the RMA reception the night before, which was all good. It was nice to see all the new faces and some of the old ones. I chaired a shortgrass meeting. Petra has been with the organization for 15 years. And we put together a supper for her and some flowers and all these things. And then I ended up getting sick and I couldn't even present it to her. But I did chair the meeting virtually. I was at the AGM in Schuler when the night that Jody had come out. I did not stick around for her interaction with the Communities Association, but I was there. And then on Wednesday, I went to Edmonton and for FCSS AA strategic planning, and it was on the Wednesday night, and then all day Thursday, and then we had a board meeting to follow. And I was at the last strategic planning with the association, and it was way more of a team building experience than it was anything to do with the strategic direction of the association. This one, however, I really feel confident about the direction that the association is going to be moving. And there were some really good things that came out of that, as well as team building. And then, yeah, today, that's about it.
Gary?
I attended a couple of chamber meetings, one put on jointly with the college on introduction to critical thinking. Excellent, really, really well done. And they're going to have a full-length course on that. I can give anybody the dates if they want them, and they would give us 125 credit towards the registration. But I found it extremely well put together and well done, yeah.
Mr. Brobst?
Yeah, I had a library meeting on the 22nd of January where the major topic was discussing the budget for 2027. That was fairly lengthy discussion. Yeah, and I'd like to thank Public Works for the job they did on the Urban Resource Center. I think that should help quite a bit. And it sounds like, regretfully, I had missed the ASB conference, and if I'd have known there was ice cream there, I'd have probably tried a little harder to get there. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet. I think the weather's been helping with that. So yeah, that's my report.
Thank you. Any questions on the reports? We don't need to move the reports, but we do need a motion to do a letter for the Emergent Care Center for the lands. Keith is making that motion.
Mr. Members of Council, just for clarity's sake, we're offering land. Are we offering land at market value, or are we offering land at above market value, or are we offering land at below market value?
And what land?
Well, we were talking about Dunmore set. Yeah.
On the east side of the road?
And through the mayor, I think we could probably, I think the open-ended question could be where exactly would be. Where we have a big empty chunk of land that we could certainly find something. But I think for the letter saying we could offer land in Dunmore Junction, but I guess for the letter's sake, for clarity, market above, market below, market. Just for clarity's sake, so we know when we write the letter what we're offering.
So, I'm going to add something here. One of the things that was said is we can put in the letter that we're close to Medicine Hat, but we still can take care of all the rural area. That's one of the selling features of being in Dunmore. So that should be part of the letter. I don't know what you guys, go ahead with what you guys were going to.
Yeah, I was just going to say, even along the lines of, we're very motivated to find an arrangement that, lands this in Cypress County, like, heck, at the end of the day, the value of the land compared to what they're going to be spending on the clinic is pretty minimal. At the same time, if we had to give away the land, it would be worth it for us. But at the same, what's that?
Make it staple.
Make it a staple, yeah. Like it, it can be a draw, and you build around it and things like that. So to answer the CEO's question, I'd lean towards the, below market as a way to demonstrate goodwill and desire to see this in our backyard.
And through the mayor, I would completely agree. They budgeted in March as a $15 million budget item. And I think it will drive other things to Dunmore Junction. So I wouldn't disagree with any one of the three positions. Just curious what the letter would indicate and what council's position would be.
I think you should do it based on, we'll provide the land at a cost based on what the new tax assessment policies are.
Yep, that was a good one.
There goes that off.
I said I have trouble kind of just deciding on how the best way to word that is, because we don't need to be and don't want to be that we're needing to make money on this project but we also need recouption too, so if that's a word.
Would it be an acre of land? Would it be an acre of land?
I would assume that for something that size, we're probably talking with parking, we're probably talking 3 to 5 acres. Council only in last spring was prepared to give 40 acres away to the school division. I would suggest that a donation of 5 acres of land to bring the province into Dunmore for a $15 million build, plus the other things that will bring, would be
Be good with that.
There's going to be other trickle down benefits.
Oh, lots.
It's going to snowball. It's going to
Michelle?
start the process.
That's kind of what I was going to say too. We were, like you said, going to donate 40 acres to the school. I don't see why we can't donate 5 acres to this, because just being on the Cypress View Foundation board, I know that they want to expand. And if we could somehow tie it in with that urgent care center, I think we got a good shot at it, which in turn would benefit us. So.
The urgent care center will probably create a medical clinic, which will probably create a pharmacy, which will probably create a drugstore, which will probably create a convenience store. I mean, there are spin-offs to this. I think, and a building of the size that I think it's going to be, I think 5 acres is probably appropriate with parking. If it's more than that, well, it could be revisited. I'm glad this is actually moving forward. From my position, we heard lots about it in the spring, and then it just kind of went off the radar. So,
Dustin?
Yeah. I think we should give them the same deal they gave us on the visitor center.
Boy, you're grumpy today, aren't you?
I got to just do things that Councillor Gagwe would have been proud of. Yeah.
Somebody want to make a motion to donate 5 acres for the urgent care center? Michelle? Just making that motion? Send them a letter.
We don't want to, we're not making the motion to donate. We're making the motion that we would be open to the possibility of donating land. Because if we say that we're donating, we don't have any parameters determined, we don't know how big it is or anything like that. I would say that we're aggressively, we are aggressively pursuing the idea of having this in our backyard. Discussion of provincial government for the purposes of action within the county. Yeah.
Enter into discussions, yeah.
And there should be something in there that we were
Up to 5 acres.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or with land donation being on the table.
Something along
yeah.
those lines.
Land acquisition.
Land donation would be, just don't get too specific until there's a design, is all.
Yeah, then it's like, do we want to donate 50? No. Oh, we broke on the corner.
God, didn't give them land.
Yes, I like that.
You gotta fit over the school.
That's 40 acres, this is only 5.
We'll give them 40 up in the corner.
Yes, I like that. The consideration of the land being donated.
Yeah.
Doesn't really tie us to it, but it says that we would be willing to do it.
Commits intent.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or do we-
that's Michelle's motion.
Or do we just say something?
Would you like me to read it? I move that council authorize administration enter into discussions with provincial government for the purpose of establishing an urgent care facility within the county and bring back options to council for the consideration of the land to be donated.
So that's inferring that we are going to donate the land.
If they come.
We could.
It just says consideration.
Oh, okay.
Okay, any questions on it? Vote. Not quite as nasty as what Dustin wanted to put, but
It's a little more polished.
that's carried. That's carried. Now, the letter to Minister Lowen, you guys already authorized me to send that letter. Do you want me to just send another one? We don't need another motion if I'm just following up. Okay,
And don't be polite.
nope, I won't be this time. Okay, that's done. Now we're going in closed. Gary's making the motion to go in closed. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye, Anna.
Vote.
Be nice to us, eh?
Gary, Keith,